This prize has been created by EPS about 5 years ago. It is awarded every 2 years to 2 very distinguished scientists. And these distinguished scientists are working in the field of statistical physics, nonlinear physics, complex systems, or complex networks. So it's a great pleasure that we have this year 2 indeed very distinguished scientists, which are Albert-László Barabási and Angelo Vulpiani, and I think that's worth a clap. Okay, great. For this prize, traditionally, we follow in alphabetic order. So that means I will start with László, and afterwards I will talk about Angelo. So let me start on this. And well, László Barabási is extremely well known, so there's no introduction necessary, but I should keep in mind that perhaps some people are following us on the YouTube channel coming from completely different areas. So allow me to sketch a CV in 3 lines or something like that. So László was studying in Bucharest and Budapest, and then he got his PhD in 1994 at Boston University, his advisor being Gene Stanley. And after a brief stay at the T.J. Watson Research Center of IBM, his career continued then in 1995 at the University of Notre Dame, first as an assistant, then an associate professor, and later then as full professor and director of the Center for Complex Networks at this university. In 2007, he was appointed then as director of the Center for Complex Network Research at Northeastern University, Boston, and holding also a simultaneous position at the Harvard Medical School. And from 2013 onwards, an additional affiliation is also the Central European University in Budapest. Now, László is a pioneer in network science. He played a leading role in the development of this new science, not only at its beginning, but also in the following 2 decades, where he was involved in basically all the major advances in this field. And his first breakthrough was really in 1999, when he had this discovery together with Reka Albert of the many real-world networks that exhibit a scale-free structure. And this discovery really opened up an immense research activity. And many regard this as year 1999 with that paper as the birth of network science. He went on to introduce a statistical physics model for the emergence of scale-free phenomena, which is the famous preferential attachment model. And it is corresponding to one of the most cited papers in physics. Talking about citations, I mean, his number of citations is now something like 270,000. That gives you an impression what the impact of this work was in the past 2 decades. Okay, the really interesting thing is it started with physics, but László then expanded to many different areas, including biology, medicine, social sciences, and made important contributions there. And in biology, for example, he has shown that there's a crucial role of genetic, metabolic, and biochemical networks in molecular cellular processes. And in medicine, he introduced the field of network medicine. And in social systems, he worked on uncovering the physics of social ties, communities, and human mobility patterns. So fantastic work done, really. So as he has so many interests, László, you really do so many things. We had real difficulty to compress all that into a short citation. So I read now the official EPS citation for giving this prize to you. So Albert-László Barabási is honored for, and that is now the official text, for his pioneering contributions to the development of complex network science, in particular for his seminal work on scale-free networks, the preferential attachment model, error and attack tolerance in complex networks, controllability of complex networks, the physics of social ties, communities, and human mobility patterns, genetic, metabolic, and biochemical networks, as well as applications in network biology and network medicine. So a big clap for László. So László, great you're there online, and I don't really know how to award a trophy like that online. Should I throw it or, yeah. I think it's safe if I send it by mail to Boston, and you will get that trophy, and you will get also this certificate here, which is signed by Lutz Berger, the president of the European Physical Society, and myself as chairman of the division, where you have this official text. So I give finally the... Send a picture, maybe. Oh, yes, yes, send a picture. And that leads me actually to Guido Caldarelli, who is a board member of our EPS Statistical and Nonlinear Physics division, and also the president of the Complex Systems Society. He will say a few words of congratulation.
Can you hear me? László, can you hear me?
Switch it on.
Hello? Yeah. Now you can. László, for the sake, yeah. For these strange things in life, I am in the place where we first met. I don't say how many years ago. I'm in SISSA and Trieste now. And you know, you're laughing. You're remembering our dinner with uncooked spaghetti. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, László, thank you for what you achieved in these years. Thank you for bringing statistical physics to explore things that traditionally were not explored by physics. We made a lot of things. We followed you in many things. On behalf of Complex Systems Society, thank you for all the things you achieved and for bringing, you know, so many problems to study, so many answers to the facts that are in the world around us, to show that, you know, we can play a role even in this very, you know, world that we have around instantly. I mean, not only in traditional problem physics that also belong to the world, of course, but I mean, in every person's life. So thank you again, László.
Thank you, everyone. I don't know if it's the right moment for me to say a few words. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. And as said, we have two prize winners, completely equivalent, just in alphabetic order. So it's a great pleasure now to talk about Angelo. And again, he's extremely well known to everybody, so no need to have a long CV. I just do it because of the YouTube people who might come from different fields that I summarize your CV in 2 lines. So you graduated from the Rome University La Sapienza, and then you were a CNR fellow and assistant professor first in Rome, and then associate professor, and then, of course, very soon a full professor there. And you have been in Rome all the time, but interrupted from several visits to international institutes. I mention here the University of SECAM Paris, Brussels University, Marseille, University of Stockholm, University of California at San Diego, Nordita, the Niels Bohr Institute, and you are currently also external faculty member at the Complexity Science Hub in Vienna. Now, Angelo is an outstanding physicist who has made really fundamental and seminal contributions to the field of statistical physics and nonlinear physics. And his research interests are distinguished by their strong connection to fundamental issues, really to the old topics originally raised by Boltzmann, Kolmogorov, and Chin-Chin. And over the years, you then built up a strong group in Rome and inspired many young people there. And of course, also many books of yours are there on the market, also for the general public. But your immense scientific productivity is reflected by the fact that we found almost 500 papers of yours that you co-authored, which is an incredible number, 500 papers. I mean, this is fantastic. And but most relevantly, some of your works really were a breakthrough in the field and produced new areas of research. The most prominent example is the topic of stochastic resonance, which was introduced by Angelo Vulpiani together with Bansi, Parisi, and Sutera in 1981. And this developed in an incredibly active research area afterwards, with many other people also doing important contributions then. In 1984, Angelo Vulpiani, together with Paladin, also dealt with multifractality. Originally was Mandelbrot, of course, responsible for the fractals, but you showed that these multifractals are then relevant in physical applications for the characterization of invariant sets in dynamical systems, also in turbulent flows. And today this concept of multifractality is really very important, and you find it in many papers that analyze time series and so on. But there's many other important topics where you contributed a lot, for example, chaos in Hamiltonian systems and equipartition of energy, follow-ups of the Fermi-Pastor-Ulam problems, and then you looked at diffusion and transport in various nonlinear settings and the role of complexity and its characterization in general. So fantastic work over the years. And again, I read now the official text where we have a short citation for your work. Again, it was hard to compress it into a short sentence. So here's what EPS has come up as the official text for your prize. Angelo Vulpiani is honored for his seminal contributions to statistical and nonlinear physics, touching fundamentally important issues in dynamic systems theory and statistical mechanics, including the mechanism of stochastic resonance, multifractality of invariant sets of dynamic systems, the dynamics and multifractal properties of turbulent flows, chaos in Hamiltonian systems, and the limits of predictability in complex systems. So, congratulations. And Angelo, may I ask you to join the stage now here? And I should say that we follow strict social distances procedures, and we wear masks, and we stick to the rules, being a good example, really. And therefore, there is no handshake, but something like that also. You want to see that again? Once more for the photograph. Okay, great. And please take your trophy and both, yeah, both is for you, really. And yeah, if you, okay, great. And then stay here. Eric Aurel also will say a few words, especially for you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So, dear Angelo, caro Angelo. A small fraction of what you have done in science has already been mentioned by the chairman, so I will not repeat even a longer CV. I will also say that you amazed me when I first came to Rome of having created with Giovanni Palladin a band of friends who did science together. And that was an inspiration for me then and has remained an inspiration for me and many others to be happy doing science and to be happy with one's friends. And I'm so glad that you are still doing it after all these years. This is quite some time ago since we first worked together in Rome. Many happy returns and many more prizes. All the best.
Okay, and now it's time that really the prize winners can give their talks. And for the talks, I hand over to Morgan Jensen, who's the chairman for the talks, then of the prize winners, and who will. Here's one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to chair this session. And I want to introduce the first speaker, László Barabási. And big congratulations, László.
Thank you, Morgan.
Yeah, in the early 90s, a young student from Budapest came to visit Kim Sneppen and me at the Bohr Institute. I vividly remember you derived preferential attachment on the board. I still almost see your equations there. Maybe they are still there on the board, who knows? And of course, that has led, as we heard, to incredible work all over the world. At that time, we also wrote a paper together on multiscaling of interfaces, which actually became a very nice paper, actually highly cited, not as much as other things, but and we have kept close ties over the years, which I appreciate. I visited you several times in Boston, actually quite recently, and you have come to Copenhagen many times over the years. So it's a great pleasure to introduce the first prize winner, László Barabási, to give a talk, and around 40 minutes plus 5 minutes questions, please.
Thank you, Mohan. Can you all hear me now? I wonder. How do I get, and I'm assuming I can share screen. All right, let me just get to the first slide. I'm going a little on blind here because I don't hear any feedback, so I'm assuming that you can actually hear me. If not, then I'm sure you have a way of sending me a WhatsApp message or other ways to let me know that where you cannot hear, that is not there. So first of all, I am truly honored for, and I'm honored at many, many levels. You know, as I will tell you a little bit, it's wonderful to be awarded this prize. And I actually consider this prize a prize not for me, but really a prize for the network science community, for the exceptional work as the community has done within statistical physics, trying to really bring networks into the place where they belong as a forefront of understanding complex systems. So with that in mind, what I would like to do today is to really tell you a few words about network science. And then I'm going to get, since we're scientists, and you know, I think we always want to hear something new. I'm hoping that I'll tell you something new about some of the work that we're doing now on physical networks. But first of all, let's talk about network science as a big picture. And as I said, I'm a network scientist, which means that me and the community have spent the last kind of 20 years focusing on networks like this, which is like the internet, how the computers are connected on the internet. We looked at social and organizational network, how different people are connected within a company, university, and so on, and how that affects the company's productivity. And then many of us have spent quite a bit of time in the last 10 years looking at what I would call network medicine, that is trying to understand how the interconnected nature of the subcellular networks, of the networks within our cells, lead to the to disease, and eventually how to intervene in this network to potentially cure those diseases. And this kind of work actually had quite a bit of impact, not only within physics and statistical mechanics, but way beyond that. But I would like to focus today on statistical physics first, because that's where we all came from. That's where I got trained in, and that's many of you got there trained in, and that's what we consider really our intellectual home. And I would like to put in perspective of how networks kind of phase into this many decades of journey that we had in statistical physics, in modern statistical physics and nonlinear systems. I was a student of some of these advances. I started my career first working on chaos, then on fractals, and then on many other things, as you will see moving on the way. So what I did actually, it's a slide that one of my students had done many years ago, trying to compare how the different advances in statistical mechanics compare to each other in impact. And this is not to show actually some of the different impacts, but to understand what has happened actually at the end of 1990s. As I said, I started my career as an undergraduate in Bucharest studying chaos. And one way to look at chaos is that it started with Lorenz's paper in 1963. And this is, you see how many citations Lorenz got, and you can actually see that there was not much attention on the topic till about 70s. And that's when nonlinear systems started to wake up and then had bigger and bigger impact as kind of time went on and as the chaos was discovered as a topic. Then, of course, came spin glasses, and many of us were inspired by that. And of course, renormalization that became a tool set. When I was in graduate school in Boston, I really spent about half a year learning myself renormalization. There was no course at that time, and actually publishing a couple of papers using it in the context of surface dynamics and fractal surfaces. Then neural networks, then fractals, of course, the area where I did much of my work before I started focusing on networks. And what you see that these areas had quite a bit of impact, right? Some of these papers like Mandelbrot's have been reaching as many as 300 citations a year. That was actually huge within the community. And they kind of woke up roughly at the same time, kind of making their impact, particularly in the kind of 80s and 90s, when these fields were really at their heyday, and when I started my studies in physics. And then at the end of 90s, actually, networks came along. And I'm just highlighting two papers, but I could show many more. And what you see, and what's interesting on that, is not only the speed at which the network kind of emerged, but also the fact that when it came to impact, they actually were at a different scale compared to these giants that we are all building on. And the question is why? And I often think about that. And the reason I often came up with is that networks was the first area that really went cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary. That is, not only engaged the core statistical mechanics community, which it did, right? Many of our colleagues are previously working on other things. Once the networks came along, they incorporated network thinking into their work. But it also inspired lots of young people, as well as lots of other people from other disciplines who otherwise had no background in statistical mechanics. Let me put it this way, maybe no interest even, but their work was really affected by networks, be that biologists, be that engineers, computer scientists, and so on, dealing from everything from the cell biology to the internet and to the World Wide Web. So while fractals was a very important theoretical concept, and I'm picking fractals because I really worked a lot on fractal surfaces, its impact stayed at most within material science and physics. And of course, inspirational beyond that with the images, but really not inspiring huge amount of work in other areas. You know, network science really was adopted by disciplines from sociology to medicine to neuroscience and so on. So in a way, this kind of implicates not as much the fact that this work had so much more intellectual value than the previous work. I am such a big fan of everything that the community has done, but really, the work of network scientists was adopted by a much bigger community. It really was essential to their life. So, and why was that? And I pointed out that this happened around 2000, and it's easy to think that we network scientists came along and saw the light. In reality, we were responding to a trend that was really happening in the society. And to see that, I kind of picked out the usage from the Ngrams, so the Google Ngrams, that looks at all the books published since 1600 till today, of how often they use certain terms, like quantum, right? That started to be used from the 1920s on, and a certain percentage of the text uses the word quantum. And evolution is a little bigger, right, than quantum. It has a wider appeal, per se, starting from the 1860s or so. And what is interesting is that kind of starting from the 1970s and 80s, the concept of networks has really picked up. And it actually had its peak around 99, 2000, which is indicating that what we network scientists, that we call ourselves network science statistical mechanics people, did, we were responding to the societal trend. The society was already thinking a lot about networks for many, many different reasons, from the World Wide Web to television networks, you name it, right? And we were kind of capturing that line of thinking and responding it by bringing the science to explain what's happening in those areas. And of course, through this process, network science as a community was born that is really a subset of statistical mechanics plus many others. And now you can actually get a PhD in network science, which means that you're going to have to study very hard statistical physics to do that, and many other things. So we're training now, even at Northeastern and in Budapest, many people in the tools of statistical physics under the guise of network science, right? And has been both recognized by both kind of the different funding agencies who have dedicated funding for that, as well as obviously by the scientific community and so on. And we think a lot about where does this take us, and when does the work of statistical mechanics ends, and when do we actually have to hand the field on to other disciplines who are applying it. And there's a very strong community that many of you, I'm sure, have participated and encountered, which is what we call the NetSci community. And one of the reasons I'm honored for this event to take place in Trieste is because the very, very first scientific meetings on networks took place in Trieste. And some of you may remember that because you were part of that meeting. And from there on, actually today, the last meeting that we had in network science that was called Networks, because it brought several communities together, not only the NetSci, had more than 1,600 participants. So it kind of shows the breadth of the subject. The most important thing I would like to mention, what I'm really proud of, is how the community of statistical physicists and network scientists have responded to the crisis at hand, which is effectively the COVID virus. And the reason why we could respond, and there was an exceptional number of papers, because the tools that we have developed as a community in the last 20 years were developed to respond to the moment. And I want to show you an old video that is not mine, but by Alessandro Vespignani. In 2009, he was the first scientist to try to predict the spread of a virus. In this case was the H1N1 virus. And he built a network-based methodology to say how many people will actually be infected in every major city and at what time you expect that infection. And of course, when you look at this particular video as showing how H1N1 starting from Mexico has reached much of the world, it's hard to escape the images that we have seen in the last year and a half about the spread of COVID. And really, we as a community, statistical physicists, need to be proud of the fact that without us, we would have no predictive tools right now. And without network epidemiology that many of you have worked on to develop, we would have had, when the COVID arrived, no tools to really predict and to react and to develop actually different measures to stop the epidemic. And there is a reason why Alessandro Vespignani and his team are now the White House advisors and the modelers. And there is a reason why in many countries, from Germany to France to the United States, network scientists and statistical physicists in particular have the ears of the head of their governments, from Merkel to Macron to all the way to Budapest and others. So fundamentally, I think with the COVID, the network science and general network thinking came to age. And not only in the terms of predicting COVID, but many of our colleagues in the network medicine were involved, including us, trying to also predict repurposing opportunities, that is, identify existing drugs that fundamentally could cure patients who have the disease. And also others were involved in kind of developing new ideas of how you should actually do the lockdown to be the more humane, but also the most effective, and so on. So in a way, it was amazing how the statistical mechanics and the network science community was prepared to respond to the moment. And that has consequences in a good sense. This last 2 years were the moment where everybody on Earth became a little bit of network scientist. When the dinner discussion for the first time was about reproductive number and the number of contacts we have and the networks that spread the disease and the measures we need to use in network terms to actually stop the disease. So it's amazing how much awareness of network thinking has emerged during the last 2 years. In many ways, the field in the visibility has matured and has kind of stepped up to be at par with many of the big disciplines that we have had for 100 years. And I'm really proud of the community for being able to respond to the moment in such an effective manner. And of course, that I often say it takes a village. It takes a huge community to really take this knowledge coming from statistical mechanics and translate it to a much wider audience and to such a big problem as COVID. And coming back to my particular case, and today's award, I want to say that I really accept this award in the name of the network science community, because the community has been really recognized here. And I'm humbled to be the carrier of that particular award, but really, I'm really here to represent all of us who have spent the last 20 years developing the science of networks. And particular thanks, of course, in my case, to my lab. This is what I say, it takes a village. Not only takes a big community, but also takes many, many people in one's lab to be inspired from. And here I try to put together a list of everybody who passed through my lab in the last 30 years. And it's a list that I'm very, very proud of, and probably recognize many names who are very active scientists right now, and they're active members of the statistical physics community. I feel like network science has taken a lot from statistical physics, but it also has given back a lot of to statistical physics. And that's why I'm proud to be today here with you and receive this award. But let's not only talk about the vision for network science and then what network science has achieved, but I promise you that I will also mention a little bit some of the work that we've been doing right now. That is what excites me right now as a statistical physicist, as a network scientist. And that leads to the concept that we've been exploring lately of physical networks. And what do I mean by physical networks, and why are we interested in physical networks? Well, the cleanest manifestation of the physical network is the brain. And what I mean by physical networks is that many networks that we study in network science are what I call conceptual or virtual networks, like social network, when, you know, me and Morgans know each other, but it doesn't mean that we are permanently connected with a cable that we drag among between us, right? So many networks, from biological to social networks, have meaning, have causality, have consequences, but they're not physical objects. However, we are surrounded also by physical networks, and the most manifest example of such physical networks is the brain. And what you see here is actually the mouse brain, and it's wiring at the neuronal level. And it's meant to illustrate this particular visualization. And the one that actually see behind me, actually, if you look at the screen, is meant to illustrate the physicality of the mouse brain in this particular case. But if we look at other brains, we see the same, and this brings it even closer, right? So here is actually a little cutout from the mouse brain, where the different neurons have been actually, and different organelles have been colored separately. And you can see that the mouse brain, or any brain, is a very, very dense, packed physical network. And what has happened in the last few years is that thanks to the Human Connectome project that is ongoing everywhere, many countries in the world, we started to get very, very detailed maps of these physical networks. This was previously not possible. And only in the last few years, the technologies have emerged. Fundamentally, you need to slice the brain in very, very thin slices to do that, and then reconstruct from those slices where the neurons are. And here I'm showing you actually the brain of the fruit fly that has been by now fully mapped out, that it's connected, that is every single neuron has been mapped out individually. And we also know where they connect to other neurons and effectively what is the architecture of the system. So as of a few years ago, we started to have real maps of physical networks. And it's not only brain. There are many physical networks around that, from transportation networks where the roads can actually merge, but they cannot just randomly cross each other, right? They have to go above and under each other in order to have a seamless transportation, to the blood system, right, which are kind of effectively tubes that are carrying the blood in both directions, to nutrient supply in plants, all the way to an increasing interest in these network-based metamaterials, something that we are also kind of thinking a lot about in my lab. And the question is, what makes physical networks so special? And of course, one of them is the spatial network nature, that nodes and links are embedded in a three-dimensional Euclidean space. And hence we need detailed spatial information to describe their positions and the routes of the links. But by itself, this would not be enough, because I would say transportation networks and what we call spatial networks that have been quite a bit explored by the network science community and engineering are also in this category, that there are spatial networks, right? I think what is new here is what I would call the exclusion principle, that the nodes and the links are inherently unable to overlap in physical networks. And as I will show you, that exclusion principle leads to very unexpected effects and offers interesting challenges in the way these networks emerge, form, and as well to this, our ability to describe a structure. And often we also have to deal with cost issues, because the links always require energy to be built, material and energy to be built, and sometimes to be maintained. So the length of the links is often limited by material cost. So often we need to use energetic or material or optimization principles to really understand why is the network looking the way it does. Well, fundamentally, what is new about physical networks is because of these two principles, spatial nature and the volume exclusion principle, the adjacency matrix alone does not fully characterize the structure and evolution of physical networks. Hence, we need new theory. And why is that we need new theory? Is because the most results of network science, but most of them are built on, are kind of starting from the assumption that the adjacency matrix, that is who is connected to whom, gives a complete description of the system. So therefore, tools ranging from degree distribution for controllability to finding communities in networks, sortativity, you name it, those are all based on one quantity only, the adjacency matrix. However, when it comes to physical networks, the adjacency matrix is necessary, but it is not sufficient to describe the structure of the system. Hence, we need a new way to approach that. Now, how do we do that? And what are the tools that we kind of in my lab have employed to do that? And the first thing we did actually is to say, let us find tools to lay out these networks. That is, how do we actually how does a physical network form? And for that, we had to develop tools that are based on two principles. One of them is we're trying to minimize the wiring length because it's costly. So effectively means that we're using elastic links. So there are springs connected to each other. That's the first. And the second one is to avoid crossing. That is that the links cannot and the nodes cannot cross each other. And what you see in this image is that we do have a methodology, so-called force-directed layout, that was developed in the 1990s to lay networks out. That is not sufficient in this case because the force-directed layout does not consider materiality. From the force-directed layout, the nodes and the links can actually cross each other, and the links can cross easily, and they actually don't see each other than being specific straight units. In the models that we developed, that crossing is not allowed, so therefore this is how the system should look like if we do it properly. In order to do so, we actually ended up building an energy model, an energetic model that simply sums over several terms that are relevant in this story. It does sums over the elastic energy of the link, so it tries to minimize the elastic link, right? We also try to sum over effectively the node-node interactions and the link-link interactions, as well as the node-link interactions. And we do so by effectively putting repulsive terms between the nodes and between the links, such that they would not cross each other. And once you have an energy function like that, what you see over here, right, then you can actually use traditional molecular dynamics, as well as simulated annealing and all the beautiful tools that come out from statistical mechanics to try to minimize this energy. That is, try to find the configuration at which the network will naturally lay out by minimizing its energy, finding the shortest links, yet that kind of satisfies these things. So once you have this and you put it into a molecular dynamics simulation, let me show you what this does. So in the traditional models, this is what would be if we would not have the repulsion terms in there, right? So the links would actually cross in the middle without any problem if they choose so. However, in the model that we have right now, that type of crossings are not possible. And because there are these kind of repulsive terms in the system, then the links avoid each other, as you would actually expect in a situation like that. And this is just to illustrate at the small scale how this works. And let me actually show you this at what happens if I take a square lattice and I totally randomize the ways the nodes and the links are placed in space, but I maintain a square lattice. And then I'm looking at the energy, and energy in this case actually corresponds to the total link length. And you will see why is that later. And if you run the molecular dynamics effectively, it will search for a while, and then suddenly the energy will start dropping. It figured out how the network should look like, and eventually will converge to what we recognize as a three-dimensional square lattice. This is just a check that the model knows what it's supposed to know in real systems. But let me give you a more complicated situation, a network that we don't know how it should look like. And what you're going to see here is the flavor network. That is how ingredients in the food are connected by having similar flavor chemicals. And here I'm showing you what the computer does, how it's kind of search for that final space. And eventually, you know, over a longer run, it kind of starts figuring out where are the communities, what are the units of the network. And you must realize that this naturally also identifies the communities in the network and kind of converges to this, what I would call the native state of this particular network, to use a word that comes from protein folding. And once you have that, you can even 3D print it. So you see actually on the right-hand side that those of you who can actually see my screen and myself, you see behind me one of those that is currently exhibited in a museum in Germany, in Karlsruhe. If you happen to go to Karlsruhe, visit ZKM, and you will see that and a couple of other beautiful objects of this kind. So now the question is, what happens physically, and what are the different length scales and the problems that we are dealing with when we try to lay out these networks? And in this particular problem, we have the competition of two length scales. There's a node repulsion range, which is shown as kind of an exclusion principle that is coming from the potential we put for the nodes to don't cross each other. And there is a link thickness, and the link thickness also emerges as a repulsive force because there is a potential that doesn't let the links to get closer than this distance RL from each other. And the question is, how does the network change when we change these parameters? And after some work, you would probably realize that there is really one parameter, which is the ratio of these things. That is that we can reparameterize everything in terms of how, if we change the thickness of the links, how that alters the network. So we were curious what kind of phases do emerge when you do that. And in order to see that, I'm going to show you a simulation where we start from a network and we're just thickening the lines, you see? Otherwise, it's the same. The nodes are not being shown for simplicity. And when you see that when the lines are starting to thicken, there is an exclusion principle in the space, and the lines don't have the space to run straight any longer, and they start curving, avoiding each other, leading to this final shape, this kind of fat network that we actually named gurgas from the Latin word of gorge, because that there is like water trying to break through the gorge. Here, the links are trying to break through to find the space where they go. So what you see is a transition from this empty network state that is a very non-dense network where the links can go straightly and easily reach each other without encountering each other, all the way to that kind of sticker state when there is strong interactions between the links. And about here, the strong interactions start to show up and then pushing each other. Now, how do we quantify this? Well, in order to do so, we first look actually at the crossings, and this is the rescaled link length, right? And we start from this configuration, and I showed you we end up here. And inside, I'm showing you how the links look like. This is the skeleton of the network, right? Where I'm just showing where the link goes and not the full length. And when you look at the simple, how many crossings would happen if we have these thicker and thicker lines, but they would be straight, everything goes smoothly. As I'm increasing the link thickness, you have more and more crossings. But when we look at the total link length, then suddenly two different behaviors show up. For a wide range of link lengths, you see, this is the link length is going thicker and thicker and thicker, or the ring thickness, I'm sorry. So this is the link thickness is becoming thicker and thicker. The total length of the links in the network does not change. That is, as I'm going from a very, very thin links to a thicker and thicker one, they're still not noticing each other. And hence the layout is virtually unchanged. Yes, the lines are getting thicker and thicker, but they're not crossing each other. They're not bothering each other. They do, because we see that there are more and more crossings if you consider straight lines, but by little bendings, they can easily avoid each other without altering the structure of the network. However, there is a critical point at which suddenly the behavior changes. And that's where the link-link interaction turn on. And eventually these link interactions actually, then from there on, as the link thickness increases, then the network starts expanding and all the links starts growing because they're pushing against each other. So they're unable eventually to kind of, they're unable to find easy paths, and the network becomes thicker and thicker. And by the way, we can actually analytically derive this particular transition point. It's actually in the paper. And it is this transition that is really interesting for us, that we actually don't call it as a phase transition. It's what we call a crossover transition in this particular case. But nevertheless, it fundamentally alters the shape and the structure of the network. And how it alters, it's very interesting to look at how these networks actually respond to stress and pressure. So we kind of put this network under pressure on these two plates, right? And what we find that in the weakly interacting regime, that is before the link-link interactions turn on, we have mostly straight links, which means that the stress propagates anisotropically in the system, meaning that it will have the features of a solid. However, once we get into the crossover, through the crossover space into the strongly interactive regime, then the links are curved, they fill up the space fully, and that induces a diagonal total stress tensor that results in a fluid or a gel-like response in this particular system. So you see that transition from the weakly interacting to the strongly interactive one is not only something that affects the way the network looks like, but it also alters its physical properties. Now, to tell you a little bit of another angle of physical networks is to kind of talk about network isotopy. Because if I give you actually a particular network and I lay it out in a space somehow, The question is, if I give you two of these layouts, how do I know that they are coming from the same network? That how do I distinguish different layouts? And this leads to the concept of not network isotropy, which is about whether two graphs are equivalent, because here we assume that the graph is exactly the same, that is the wire diagram of the network is the same, but the concept of a network isotopy, which asks a question, can we actually transfer one network into the other, or that is one layout into the other, without having to cut any of the links? So for example, if you look at this particular layout, that is isotopic with that because I can just fold it out and it becomes a slider. However, this one is a non-isotopic version of the same network because I must cut this red bond and reassemble it in order to find that the same configuration. So what is interesting is that for a given adjacency matrix, a network has an infinite number of layouts because you can just move one particle a little or one link bend a little bit more and you get a different layout. So in principle, in a continuous space, the number of layouts is infinite. But there is a finite number of isotopic classes. That is, they all classify into a finite number of cases that can be within one isotopic class. By properly rearranging the network without actually causing any links, I can go from one layout to the other one. And this was a question we had to ask, how do we quantify this process? And just to give you more examples, these are some non-isotopic versions of two different networks, right? Because they cannot be laid into each other, and they all come down to these local tangles. That is, that locally the network got entangled, and that leads to some of these non-isotopy. So therefore, we actually were inspired by topology, which is some of these problems have been studied in the case of simple loops, and we borrowed the term of a linking number that comes from topology that looks at cycles, that's actually these two circles, and say, these two circles has linking number 0 because they are independent, linking number 1 because they're connected as two rings, and linking number 2 because they've been actually wired twice across each other, and so on and so forth, and you can imagine. And loop pairs with different linking numbers are always non-isotopic, right? Because there's no way you could actually go ahead and move this one into that one without crossing the link. Now, if you have the same linking number, it's not guaranteed for the network to be, for a loop to be isotopic. It just kind of, but there's a possibility for that. So we generalize this term to networks. That hasn't been done before to the best of our knowledge. And for a given network embedding, we define the graph linking number as the sum of all the linking numbers of every cycle in the network. And because effectively it's all about individual cycles. And so it means that we need to count the number of independent cycles in the network and or just cycles, and that will give you the linking number. So in this case, you have linking number 1 in these two cases, because even though they are entangled in a different way, what is common in each of them is that one tangling leads to that difference. And here's the linking number 2. And of course, these linking numbers don't have to be in a square. This can be much more complex. The problem with this is that the linking number is only meaningful for one particular size network. So we introduced the normalized graph linking number, where we need to divide by the measured linking number with the total number of loop pairs in the network. And if you do that, then you can actually go ahead and compare many, many different type of networks, physical networks for which collected data from the London subway that has the smallest linking number because it's virtually a tree with a few loops that are never entangled the way it's laid out, to mitochondrial networks, which is like the cell wall that are kind of mappable and again have 0 linking number, to vascular networks that suddenly start having linking numbers, to the C. elegans brain, to the fruit fly brain, all the way to the mouse brain. And you can see as the complexity of this network increases and the more entangled they become, so does the linking number grows. And here is the key discovery that at least I'm most excited about. in the sense that we ended up measuring the cost of a network through its elastic energy, right? Effectively corresponds to how long is the network, how much energy you had to do to build it. And what we are finding is the elastic energy of the network and the linking number of the network are linearly connected. That is, the more higher the linking number, the more entangled the network is, the longer cables you need, the more energy you need to maintain that network, which is very, very important, this linearity, because if this would be a nonlinear function, then we would have a difficult problem at hand. But because it's linear, it means that there are only weak interactions between the tangles in this part. They are not in the same place of the network. So therefore, the number of tangles is enough to estimate the elastic energy. But most important, the linearity of the linking number and the energy suggests that we can treat each tangle as an independent particle excitation, right? And that's what I'm kind of trying to show you, that this would be the base energy, right? And this would be a single linking number, double and triple. And these higher and higher linking numbers correspond to higher and higher energy because it requires longer and longer cable to achieve that. And this is not only for a loop pair that I'm showing over here, but this is generally true for an arbitrary network. And we can define the system energy as a base energy of the network plus the linking numbers times the unit energy that comes from each unit, and we can measure that. And here I'm showing you a square lattice with higher and higher linking number by increasing an effective temperature. And how do we have the effective temperature? Because we do statistical mechanics on this problem. Once we have the energy, we define the probabilities, and we can, from that, we can analytically derive the linking number connected to this fictive temperature, as well as the entropy in the system and so on. And once we have this formalism, we can actually use this effective energy that corresponds to the tangledness of the network to really measure, whether the predictions are in line with the simulations, and they are very much in line. So effectively, what we have here is a way to use statistical mechanics to think about entangledness. And this is something that we have just recently taken to the brain as well. So we are using the same tools and ideas to look at the entangledness of the brain and so on. And finally, I realize that I'm slowly out of time, so I'm going to talk very briefly about the project that I'm very excited about, linear physical networks. Together with László Lovász, who's a mathematician in Hungary, who, as probably you know, just got the Albert Prize and the Wolf Prize before, we've been thinking, we have running together an ERC synergy grant, and we're thinking a lot about how do you find the fundamental modeling units of physical networks. And I'm going to show you something that we have some only preliminary results on, with not yet published, which is the concept of a linear physical network, which is the minimal model, the Erdős-Rényi model in our mind of a physical network. And for that, we are placing in space and non-overlapping spheres with radius lambda, for example. And then we choose randomly a pair of nodes and connect them with a link of certain length, that actually lambda is the thickness of the line here. And we keep the line if it doesn't violate physicality. In this case, if it doesn't cross any other links or any other nodes. And then if we want to put this link, however, next, this is violating physicality because it's crossing another link. So this link will actually be forbidden. And then we put another link on there that is allowed, right? And so we keep adding links in the system, always rejecting links that violate physicality. And what you can imagine is that if lambda is 0, that is the thickness of the lines is really 0, then we have no physical constraints. And if we are in a real space, then there is never a crossing. And that in that case, the linear physical model, actually network model, maps into the Erdős-Rényi model. It's purely a random network. Links are connected randomly to each other. However, if lambda is larger than 0, that is the physicality is turned on, the thicker the lines, the higher the likelihood that you will have a collision. And also, the more links you put in, the more likely that you will not be able to put in the next link. And actually, for each network, we see a crowding transition for lambda non-zero, that there is a maximum number of links that we can place into the system. And this is what I'm illustrating here. If you have very, very thin links, and this is the red line, you can actually get quite far, put quite a number of links in a 300 node network. But if the link thickness increases with a factor of 10 or 100, then actually you die very, very early. Here, in this case, in a 300 node network with a link thickness of 0.15, only a few hundred node links can be placed rather than tens of thousands. Now, the question is, how do we we wanted to mathematically understand this jamming or crowding transition. And it turns out to be a very difficult problem because you have to deal with the geometry of the network, the geometry of the layout, as well as the fundamental network characteristics. But then we had a lucky break. I wouldn't say it's more than a break, because really this is really where the collaboration between the mathematicians and us has really brought fruits, because we realized, and I want to give credit to the mathematicians, that there is an exact mapping of this particular problem into another graph theoretical problem, into what I would call the metagraph. And the mapping happens to the metagraph. The metagraph, each node corresponds to a link, to a potential link in the network. So 1 and 5 are being connected, 1, 3 being connected, and so on. That's what you see over here. But in this metagraph, 2 link candidates are connected if they want to intersect. That is when they violate physicality. So you see these link candidates violate physicality, so we put a link between them. And it turns out that for these node realizations, there are many more violations like that. And that's how the metagraph looks like. So these are all the links that for that given lambda value violate physicality. And when there is no link, it means that 4, 6, and 6, 7 could actually be existing without colliding with each other, right? So there's no collision between them. So this is so far a mapping. Why is this mapping interesting? First of all, because this the metagraph is fully deterministic. That is, once you specify the position of the nodes as well as the lambda value, then you have only one metagraph. And here I'm showing you the metagraph for thinner, small lambda, and here is for thicker lambda, larger lambda. And you see the more lambda you have, the more higher the lambda, the more collisions you have, and the more connected the metagraph. What is the real value of the metagraph? And that's where the real discovery comes from, is that we were able to realize that every physical network corresponds to an independent node set in the metagraph. Let me define independent node set. An independent node set in this graph is a set of nodes that don't connect directly to each other. So this is clearly part of an independent set because it doesn't connect to everyone, but for anyone. But for example, these two could not be part here because they connect to each other, but these two could be because they do not connect to each other. And the independent set has been highly studied in graph theory, in arbitrary graphs. And what we are able to show that any physical network that you can build in this model corresponds to an independent node set in this metagraph. And the maximal independent set, that is the maximum number of nodes you can color blue without colliding with each other, correspond to the jamming transition. So we have a way to play random games on this metagraph and get analytical results for the physical network that was never possible before. And just to show that we were able to derive rigorous bounds on the jam state, that is, what is the expectation value of the maximum number of links you can place in there. And we also have some formulas that allow us to estimate how this maximum number of links actually scales with the thickness, with the network size, as well as with the thickness of the line. So there's very beautiful new scaling laws as statistical mechanics in this particular case. So I would end here, and I want to kind of show again as motivation that a huge amount of data is coming towards us as a community from the brain area, and we need to be prepared to generalize the network science tools to look not only at the adjacency matrix, but also to explore fully the physicality of the network. And the physical network that I just presented is our entry in this particular space. And I want to kind of thank to our collaborators both in my lab, who have done much of the work, as well as now Martin Posfai is at CU, as well as the mathematicians who work with us, including László Lovas, who he and I are leading this current project of ERC. And here are the two papers we published in this space, and we're writing a third paper now about the linear physical networks. And at this moment, I would stop. And thank you very much for the attention. And again, deeply honored that the statistical mechanics community has chosen to honor me with this wonderful prize. And I accept it in the name of the community.
Thank you very much, László, for a beautiful talk. We are running a little late, but there's certainly room for 1 or 2 questions. Do I see some hands? Oh, there was maybe one on the chat. Can that person?
I can read that. I see it. When minimizing the energy in the network layout, are links allowed to pass through each other? Meaning this doesn't take into account nothing in the network, or just aims to get the best final layout disregarding the original topology? Wonderful question. We have both. So if you want to actually get the native state of the network, we allow the links to tunnel through each other during the molecular dynamics simulations. Otherwise, you will get a hopelessly entangled network with a very, very high linking number. So when we try to do this statue that you see on my here behind me, for that, as well as also for the brain layouts that you see in the back, for those we use tunneling. However, the simulation can be used in the mode where tunneling is not allowed. And we do so if we want to ask questions about the linking number, because if you allow tunneling, then you are actually decreasing the linking numbers because you are decreasing the energy. So depending on the questions we want to ask and the problem at hand, we are using both ways.
I have a quick question then. You showed us beautiful networks of the brain of fruit fly and mouse. And I wonder, are there any similarities and or differences between different species concerning brain?
Wonderful question. So it's too early to say. And one of the reasons it's too early to say is because let's just repeat what we have. For C. elegans, we have a physical layout coming back about 2 decades. For fruit fly, it just emerged a year ago. And for mouse, we don't have a full, what you see behind me is not the full map, but the full 1 millimeter cube set has actually just was published a few weeks ago in Nature, kind of telling us where those are, and the data was released, but only a 1 millimeter cube. What you see behind me is not the full wiring, but what we call injection-based wiring. So they inject it in a certain place and see where the neurons actually went from there. And of course, that's where it ends. We don't have higher organisms, and I don't recommend you donating your brain for a map like that, because they would have to slice it in micrometer thicknesses. So the data has just emerged in the last few weeks and last few months. And this is one of the questions we would like to understand as a community, as a group as well, whether do we see any similarities, and could these similarities be induced by the physicality of the layout? You know, that's the real statistical mechanics question for us. And this is a journey we're part of. We don't have answers yet.
Okay, László, again, a big congratulations, and let's thank you for this beautiful talk. So it's certainly also a big honor for me to introduce the next winner, Angelo. We've known each other for over 30 years. It has been a fantastic pleasure. We started out working together with our late friend Giovanni Palladin, as Eric said. And I spent fantastic half a year in Rome and visited your group at least once a year over the many, many years. And we worked on shell models a lot, which you found, of course. And no one in the turbulence community first believed it, and now many, many people have worked on shell models. And with this, I really treasure your friendship, Angelo, and with this, I give you a word.
Ok. Devo puntarlo da qualche parte? Okay. Thanks everybody for this invitation for this prize. It's a big honor for me to see my name together with the name of Peter Grossberger, let me say. I am very proud of this. And let me say that I consider this prize not only for me, but for a community for which I am part of this community. And I am pretty sure that the science is a collective collective fact and based on many things, starting from the giant in the past, in my case, like Boltzmann, Richardson, Kolmogorov, and then to be a good scientist, you need to have a good advisor and mentor. In my case, Gianni Ionassinio and Giorgio Parisi, and then so to find a good collaborator. So starting from Giovanni, and then many other. Here there are. I am very happy to see at least 3 of these people in this audience: Mons Jensen, Eric Aurel, and Roberto Livi. But there are many others. And so, as you see from the title, in the title appeared the name of this gentleman, and Lewis Fry Richardson. And I am pretty sure that this scientist is not very well known. And I don't know why, because he's really a giant. But no, there is some reason. The reason is that he was a very serious and honest person, and he spent his life practically in either way. And in spite of the fact that he introduced very important contribution, he is not very well known. For example, here there is a list of this contribution. The famous sentence, "How long is the cost of brain?" is not by Mandelbrot. Is by Richardson. Okay, so Richardson has the first clear idea of self-similarity, studying turbulence. So he had this apparently crazy question: does the wind has a speed? So this was related to the fact that there is a non-differentiable behavior. He was the first to consider non-Gaussian diffusion in the relative dispersion of turbulence, to go beyond the Fick equation. He is the father of the modern weather forecasting. He has the first intuition of parallel computation. At that time, imagine a theater with 64,000 computers working together. And at that time, computer means a person doing computation, okay? And so, and in addition, he was also a pioneer on the application of mathematics in social science. So, because he was the first, at least as far I know, who tried to apply mathematics in psychology of human conflict. And he was a pacifist. He has a very important role in the pacifist movement. And for example, during the first World War, he was a driver of ambulance in the French front. And during the war, he wrote his masterpiece, Weather Prediction by Numerical Process. And he was so deeply honest and conscientious that at least twice he resigned from his position because he didn't want to have interaction with the military organization. And at a certain time decided to stop his activity because he remembered that during the war the study of the turbulent dispersion was used by the German to use for the gas. And he spent his last 10 years. In last year, he worked only on the application of mathematics to psychology of the war. So this, in some sense, was a pioneer who anticipated the idea of game theory. And still is in the Pacific Involvement, is still a hero. So I show you, just last year, there was a book devoted to his activity on this. I'll show you at the end. Okay, so now my talk will be about two topics of turbulence, and both these topics are start from idea of Richardson. The first is about the multifractal model for turbulence. And the second is the introduction of generalization of Lyapunov exponent. Also, this is associated to his idea of relative dispersion. And okay, so we start to consider the story of that. Okay, I spend just a few seconds about this. That as anticipated, he was the first who wonder about how long is the cost of some irregular stuff, and introduced what now is called the box counting method. Just count how many segments I need to cover a certain length, and okay, if you translate in terms of the length, you realize if the object is smooth, you have a convergence to a constant, which you call length. And if this is not smooth, you have a divergence with the size of the segment of the precision. And the exponent is, if you translate in modern term, is associated to the fractal dimension. And he just in empirical way, he compute this stuff in the coastline of the Great Britain, on the border between Germany and so on. And so discovering that this alpha depends on the kind of country you are. And there is a very famous, there is very famous for people working turbulence, a sort of poem which is inspired by a satirical work of Swift about the turbulent eddy. This big wheel have little wheels that feed on their velocity, and little wheel have lesser wheels, and so on, to the viscosity in molecular sense. And for people working turbulence, this is very, very, very impressive, because this is really the idea of the turbulent cascade, which has been formulated something like 20 years after by Kolmogorov. And this is an example. This is a very classical example of cell-similar structure. This is a function introduced by Weierstrass in his classical work of Fourier series. And so it's an exercise I try to do in my class with the student. And this is continuous, this is convergent, but the derivative is not convergent. And if you look, you realize that this is not differentiable in any point. And you have a self-similar structure. You can do by just empirical inspection. And the reason is that if you look at the difference between its function in the point x and x plus delta, instead to be proportional to delta x, is proportional to delta x to something, h. The mathematician used the term Hölder exponent. And if the curve is smooth, h is 1. If it's not smooth, it's something smaller than 1. And if you translate in terms of the fractal dimension of the graph, there is this relation, okay? And you can compute by this. It is just a quite simple exercise, at least for good students. And but now turbulence. So the first. Let me just spend 1 minute about turbulence. So turbulence traditionally is a topics for engineering or people working in geophysics, and not for theoretical physicists. But there has been a parenthesis that I like to call golden age of turbulence in theoretical physics, roughly the last 2 decades of the previous century, where the fully developed turbulence has been considered a problem in theoretical physics. Maybe this is my personal consideration. I don't pretend to have clear historical precision. Is due to mainly to 3 persons: Giorgio Parisi, Leo Kadanoff, and Uriel Frisch. So these 3 persons, these 3 eminent scientists, was able to collect around them a group of people young at the time, and including some Moens and Eric, me, Vergassola, Giovanni Paladini, so many others. So this was a rather group spread in Italy, France, Denmark, United States, also other places. And so there was a certain period where the fully valid turbulence was studied from the point of view of the statistical mechanics. But now this period is finished and the turbulence come back to the traditional field, roughly. And so what is the problem? So the problem is that you want to understand in statistical mechanics terms the scaling structure of turbulence. And turbulence is a complicated problem. And you have some chance if you decide to concentrate on a specific aspect. And the specific aspect is the scaling. Okay, the first important contribution based on the idea of Richardson is due to Kolmogorov in an important work in 1941 in the turbulent jargon K41. And this is the result. The result is the delta V distance L is proportional to L to 1/3. And but this is valid for L must be not too large, not too small. Because if it's too small, of course, H must be 1. And in the so-called inertial range means that L must be small respect to capital L, where capital L is the size of the pipe, see? And eta, where eta is the so-called Kolmogorov length, with decrease with the Reynolds number in that way. And so this is the prediction. The prediction of Kolmogorov. The prediction of Kolmogorov is based on two factors. One is some phenomenological consideration, but there is also an exact result, what is called fourth-fifth law, which is an exact result of which one can derive from the Navier-Stokes equation, and the combination of the exact result and phenomenological argument suggests H equal 1/3. Okay. And this in some in statistical mechanics term is a sort of mean field. And Landau stressed that this cannot be completely corrected. There is a footnote page in the book of fluid mechanics of Landau, where in 2 lines they say, yeah, nice work by Academician Kolmogorov, but this cannot be completely correct because it's necessary to take into account fluctuation. Okay, and so okay, this is Kolmogorov, and I like to repeat here the idea of Kolmogorov about turbulence. This has been written by Jacek Grigorievich Sinai in the preface of a book devoted to the centenary of Kolmogorov, and Roberto and I were the editor of this book, and it's very nice because you see that apparently so Kolmogorov was a great mathematician, but was overall was a great scientist, and he was able to understand where it was necessary to use mathematics or not. And Sinai asked to Kolmogorov the origin of this idea, and the reply was astonishing. I studied experimental data. Don't expect from a genius of mathematics. And apparently Kolmogorov was not particularly interested in the mathematical aspect. Okay, so it sounds a bit strange. So if you look at the work of Kolmogorov, there is not particular mathematics. There is some mathematics, but the mathematics which can be followed by any student in the university. Okay, so what about the remark, the criticism of Landau? The criticism of Landau, if you translate in technical terms, is the following: if the argument of Kolmogorov is correct, means that if you look at the scaling of this in the turbulent jargon are called structure function. You take the difference of velocity at a certain distance and you consider the moment p. And so if the argument of K41 is correct, you have that the scaling, in the scaling you have a trivial scaling, with this ZP is not P over 3. Okay, if this is not true, means that Kolmogorov is right. And so actually Landau was right. This is not true. Okay, so it's necessary to take into account this fluctuation. Historically, the first attempt is due to again to Kolmogorov in the revised theory called K62, where introduced the famous Lagrangian, log normal approximation, where now there is an extra term, an extra parameter called mu, which take into account this fluctuation. Unfortunately, the log normal distribution is pathological for many aspects. Is well known in probability. It sounds astonishing that Kolmogorov, of course, Kolmogorov knew very well that the log normal distribution is astonishing, but I don't know why he say. In spite of this, he proposed this stuff, which might be considered as a sort of approximation. I don't know. And I had not the chance to discuss with Kolmogorov. I visited Moscow in 1985, but he was very old, and was impossible to speak with him. And not only for me, also for the rest of the world. And so now let me say modern time means 93. So this is an idea we start from Giorgio Parisi, and then developed by Roberto Benzi with Frisch, Giovanni, and me. And so, the idea was to give to do something similar to the log normal approach, but in a consistent mathematical way. And so this in some sense is not a theory. It's not possible. It's not fair to say this is a theory. This is a model, but a model which is able to produce some explicit prediction using just a single ingredient, which one can fit from data. So we introduce a model, and from this model we fit some function, and then the rest is computation. Okay, and then you can check. Okay, and so you have some consequences, like for example the probability distribution function gradient of the velocity, the probability distribution function of acceleration, the existence of intermediate distributive range. Don't worry if you don't know what it means. So it's something not absolutely non-trivial. It's a consequence of a multifractal due to Uriel Frisch and Massimo Vergassola, and also with Moens and Giovanni, we work a bit on this stuff. And so what now in a nutshell, the idea of the multifractal. The idea is the following: consider the Navier-Stokes equation. And so, you look, and you just a remark, if you perform this transformation, you rescale x, u, t, and viscosity in this way, you see that the Navier-Stokes equation, okay, you have also to rescale f, the Navier-Stokes equation are invariant under this scaling for any value of h. So, if this is true for any value of h, you can wonder what is the proper value. And the proper value, okay, a natural candidate is h equal 1/3 due to the idea of Kolmogorov. But we know that this cannot be completely correct because of the Landau remark. Okay, so the idea of multifractal is the following. So instead to consider a global scale invariance, to consider a sort of local, it's not completely correct this terminology, but just roughly speaking, a sort of local scale invariance where you have that if you look at the difference of velocity, now you consider also the point in the space where you are considering, and so in this h can depend from x. And so, and you introduce, you divide the space in R3, so in the physical space, in a set of fractal, which a certain scaling singularity h, and each fractal has a certain fractal dimension d of h. Okay, and then if you translate this in terms of probability to observe a certain exponent, a certain scale, you have this law. And so this is not so. If you are familiar with large deviation theory, this morning you go to chat to consider the study, discuss the large deviation theory. This can be associated to something like a large deviation theory. So in the work of Kadanoff, Moens, and many others, I don't remember. Alsey, I guess, is the first. The Chicago group used the terminology F of alpha. We use D of H. There is a correspondence. There is a translation. I don't remember. So it is the same stuff. The same stuff. And of course, since this is a D of H cannot be completely arbitrary, must be convex. And then for physical reason, you have also this inequality. So you have some constraint. So then, apart from the mathematical stuff, you can do a simple steeple descendant estimation, and you find a link between the scaling exponent for the structure function and the D of H. You have a Lagrange transform. Okay, this stuff. So of course, nobody is able to compute from the first principle D of H. And okay, this is what I said before. This is more or less, not this more or less, this is essentially is a version of a large deviation theory. And I confess that at that time I was very ignorant, but even Parisi didn't know very well this stuff. So, and we realized that we rediscovered by hand many things, and we were very lucky to avoid the serious mistake. So, it's sort of my I guess also you and the band, the Chicago band, didn't know very well the story. And however, this was so important at that time in the community of statistical physics, because the dominant paradigm was the paradigm of phase transition, critical phenomena, where there was very few exponents with some relation. And all the scaling property was possible to, the idea was possible to describe in terms of few exponents. Here is evident this is not true. It's not true. There is no 2 or 3 exponents, but there is a function. So in some sense, you have an infinite hierarchy of exponents. And this at that time, some people didn't accept this. I remember that some old colleague was a bit disturbed by this stuff. So, as I said before, the computation of D of H from the Navier-Stokes equation is nobody is able to do. The log normal approximation corresponds to a parabolic. If you translate this stuff, it means it corresponds to a parabolic D of H. And so, and now how you can go on? You have to. It's necessary to construct a model with some physical intuition. Our model was called random beta model. Don't ask me the detail because I don't remember, it was almost 40 years ago. And so with this some intuition and looking at experimental data, we derived this expression. Okay. So this expression is not a theory, it's something between sort of some model, phonological consideration, fitting of data. And we obtain from this data. So you have, this is the data, this experimental data, and this curve is our model, then there is another model, but it's not very important, so don't worry. So if you plot our D of H and D of H Selevek, the difference is very small. And so for sure, it's clear that the Kolmogorov is wrong, because Kolmogorov is this line. So you see that, but even for P equal 2, you see difference, small difference, but clearly difference. So now we have an explicit expression for d of h, then you can do an exercise. That exercise is a bit long exercise. So we have some exercise. This was 91, if I remember correctly. This work with the Benzi, Biferale, Ergassola, Giovanni, I don't remember. And so where we compute the probability distribution of the gradient of velocity. Okay, so you can compute this is the Gaussian approximation, then you have a Kolmogorov approximation, this is the homogeneous fractal, and this is our prediction. Look, in this our prediction, we just use the formula. Don't change again the parameter, okay? So we have this. So you have very good agreement with. What is astonishing that in order to have the difference with the Kolmogorov, it's necessary to arrive at really large deviation, really something like 6 or 7 variants. So, but at the end, you see the difference. I guess the most astonishing behavior is this one. This is the probability distribution of acceleration of a Lagrangian particle. So these are the data from the simulation by Guido Boffetta and other, don't remember the other. And the line is the prediction, the multifractal prediction. We have some computation, it's not straightforward. So please look at the value, 40 variants. So really large deviation, not 5 or 6, 40 variants. So you can believe that there is something true in the model. Now let me discuss about the second topic. The second topic is the relative diffusion. So relative diffusion in turbulence is very important. Relative diffusion means that instead to look at the Lagrangian particle, I look at two particles, and I am interested in the difference between two particles. Why this is important? Imagine you have a cloud of contaminant. What is important is the position of the cloud, the center of mass, but also the size. And the size is associated to the different distance between two particles. Okay, this is the reason. Richardson, our hero, in one of very important. Of course, if there is no turbulence, there is no fluid. This is nothing but the usual Fick equation. You have just introduced the factor 2 in the diffusion coefficient. Okay. Of course, since the two particles are not independent, you have to take into account the interaction. Let me say interaction in the sense that they feel the same velocity field. And Richardson proposed this equation where, a Fick equation where now the diffusion coefficient depends from the distance between the two particles. Okay, and then you say, what I put here, d of r, and since he was a genius, I don't know why. Just looking on some data, very poor data, he proposed the scaling behavior, d like r to 4/3. Now, for people who study a bit of turbulence, realize that this is obvious, because if you know the Kolmogorov theory, this is obvious, but this was 20 years before Kolmogorov theory. Okay, now this sounds almost trivial, but at the time it was not trivial at all. Okay, this is the equation, and from this equation you obtain what is called, they say, anomalous diffusion, that the r square increases like t cube. Okay, that's called Richardson behavior. Okay, so now this is a sort of mean field theory, and so you can wonder, but what happens if you take account intermittency? If you take account intermittency, you can expect that if you look at the moment of distance, this moment, instead to scale like 3½ times p, will be somewhere. And you wonder how behave this exponent in terms of the d of h. Okay, this is another, you repeat the exercise with multifractal, and I don't remember the other person. Maybe also I was involved in this, but I'm not sure. Maybe yes. And so at the end, we arrive to this expression. So you have appear with this d of h, and you take the d of h you fit from blah blah, and you repeat the exercise, and you see that this is very good. This is very good result. And but there are another important person in turbulence who was a big boss of turbulence, Batchelor. Batchelor was probably one of the most eminent scientists in turbulence after Kolmogorov. And he was Australian, if I remember correctly. He was professor in Cambridge for many years. And he proposed an equation similar to the equation of Richardson. But this equation is still a Fick equation, but now the diffusion coefficient is a function of time. And with some argument, he proposed d of t is proportional to t squared, and if you do the exercise, you obtain the same result of Richardson. So you say you have two models and two proposals, and which give the same scaling. But if you do the exercise, and you look at the probability distribution, you realize that the probability distribution of Batchelor is Gaussian. This is obvious because this is just a escalation time. It's Gaussian, where instead to put t, you have t cube. On the contrary, the probability distribution you obtain from Richardson is a structural exponential. And then you can wonder, who is the winner of this, this war? And there is the astonishing work by Boffetta and Igor Sokolov, very precise, accurate numerical simulation. And from the result, you see in an absolutely clear way that the results are in perfect agreement with Richardson. There is a little difference due to intermittency, but very small. So this is not a curiosity. I discuss why this is important. So the important is associated to the second part of my talk. How many time I have? Once?
8-10 minutes.
Okay. The second part is associated to Lyapunov exponent, the generalization of Lyapunov exponent. So the Lyapunov exponent is a well-known concept in chaos, maybe the most popular and important. So you have an evolution equation, and you introduce the Lyapunov exponent as the ratio of the increasing of the delta x, where delta x is the difference between two trajectories. And but what is important here, you have to take two limits. When the delta x0 go to 0, and this is mathematically you do automatically when you consider the tangent vector, if you are popular with this, and then you take the limit t equal go to infinite. Okay, this concept is very take these two limits is necessary from a mathematical point of view, because in this way, for example, you have that the Lyapunov exponent is not dependent by the norm you use it. So there are some interesting problem. But the trouble is when you translate the Lyapunov exponent in a physical system. For example, imagine that you want to understand the predictability time, the time necessary to arrive to a certain precision starting, so a certain maximum tolerance delta, capital delta, starting from the initial precision small delta. You obtain this formula, okay? But now you can wonder, imagine that you have a situation like turbulence. Turbulence is not like Lorentz model. Lorentz model is a system with 3 dimensions, in 3 variables. In 3 variables, Lyapunov exponent is the beginning and the end of the story. So. And but imagine that you have a system very big, like turbulence. And in turbulence, you have many different degrees of freedom, from at a large scale and small scale. So, and it's not difficult to realize that the Lyapunov exponent is associated to the smallest active scale, the behavior of the so-called Kolmogorov length. And if you assume this, you do some exercise. This is done by Ruel, and in the framework of the Kolmogorov theory, you obtain that the Lyapunov exponent scale as a square root of Reynolds number. Then you can do some exercise with. You also want this exercise, yeah. Also Moes. Sorry, but after some years I don't remember. Yeah, we repeat the exercise with Moes. Giovanni and Andrea Crisanti, and the start of exercise this one. So of course it appears somewhere this of h, but if you put here the of h, you take instead of 1/2, you take 0.46. It's not so important. So, but the fact that these results are completely irrelevant. So are just a mathematical exercise. Maybe a bit difficult, but is why? Because now you have to translate this mathematical result in physical terms. In physical terms means that this result is relevant if you are interested to precision much smaller than what is called Kolmogorov velocity, which go to 0 as Reynolds number to -1/4. So this means something like fraction of millimeter per second, which means nothing at practical level. So if you go to speak with somebody engineering on geophysics and you say, I have this result for the Apple exponent, congratulations, good for you, but for us it's completely irrelevant. So what is important that it's necessary to leave the mathematical perfect world where everything is, where you have a wonderful result like the independence of the norm and so on, and you have to dirt your hand, introducing, let's see, I don't know who invented this name, I guess Guido Boffetta invented finite size Lyapunov exponent. The idea is to generalize the Lyapunov exponent at a certain scale, and the idea is the following. We introduce a certain scale, certain tolerance, delta, and then I wait until the time such that the difference arrive to delta multiplied by, say, rho. They say, imagine rho equal to, so you have a doubling time. So you introduce this doubling time, which depend of the initial tolerance, and then you introduce in this explicit the algorithm for the method, and so the method is, for people who are familiar with the dynamical system, is a sort of nonlinear generalization of the Benettin-Galgani-Gilli stretching method, the first paper of 1967. And so, however, there is an explicit rule. And what is important that in the limit delta go to 0, one obtain the usual mathematical Lyapunov exponent. This is fine from a theoretical point of view, but from a physical point of view, what's important that this change. Sorry, this is not delta. This is not lambda. This is delta. What is important that if you compute numerically or some argument, you obtain that the Lyapunov exponent, the finite size Lyapunov exponent in the inertial range, behave like delta -2, and this is in agreement with some phonological argument of Lorentz. This, for example, here you can appreciate the difference. This is a work by some people here in some huge geophysical model, and this is the finite size Lyapunov exponent. This is the prediction. This is the tolerance. And when the tolerance is very small, you have this is flat. This is Lyapunov exponent, but in the inertial range, you have this stuff. And so you appreciate here the difference for the predictability time. So if you use the stupid formula, you have this is the predictability time, which is extremely small, but the true predictability time is this one, because this takes into account the nonlinearity. So look, there is some order of magnitude, and this is okay. Now the people in geophysics are happy because you don't have a stupid result. They say the prediction is just a fraction of a second. It means nothing. Okay, now come back to Richardson. So here you realize that in some sense Richardson had the same idea, because you can associate to the diffusion at a certain scale. You can write in terms of Lyapunov exponent in this way. So the smart idea of Richardson was to use as a privileged quantity the distance and not the time. On the contrary, in bachelor, the privilege quantity, the privilege variable was the time. So this is similar to the idea of the Lebesgue or Riemann integration. And so apparently you say, but this is just a tricky argument. Why the finite size Lyapunov exponent is better than other thing? The reason, I have no time to enter, the reason is that with the finite size Lyapunov exponent is possible to avoid the contamination effect at different scale, but which happen at the same time. Now from the next picture I explain. So this is the last picture. So this is the relative dispersion. Okay, this is very accurate. This is a very accurate numerical simulation in 3D by Guido Boffetta and Alessandra Lanotte. Very accurate means state of art, something like 8,000 cube, so really maybe 60,000 cube, I don't remember, so really huge. So you see, this is the result which depend on the initial distance. So you see that this is what you know that is correct, T cube, but you see that in the simulation you have before you have the turbulence start from here. Before there is the chaotic exponential behavior, and so the contamination, these two factors introduce some spurious behavior. So you don't understand nothing. So for this value you have the correct behavior, but the other are completely wrong. But why? Why this is better than the other? The reason is that if you are here this time, some couple of particles are again in the dissipative range, other are in the inertial range. When you put all together, you have a contamination, you don't see nothing. Of course, if you have 10 decades, there is no problem. But here you have not decades, you have 2. Okay. Now repeat, use the same data, but you treat with the finite size Lyapunov exponent, and you have this stuff. You have perfect scaling, disappear this behavior. This is the prediction Richardson like. This part, this is the flat part due to the usual Lyapunov exponent. The advantage is very well known. Is very well evidenced. For example, with Eric and Guglielmo Lacorata, we applied this method to the treatment of balloons. So there are people who study balloons in atmosphere. Decide that the data was completely squeezed, and they give us by free, and by using the method we have been able to extract a lot of non-trivial information, but only if you use this method. Okay, so now I guess my time is at the end. Let me general obvious remark. General obvious remark that in a complicated situation like complex turbulence, it is necessary to put together all your knowledge, mathematics, knowledge, understanding of phenomenology, simulation, smart colleague, and so on. And so the open problem. So the open problem. Apparently, the first obvious open problem is to derive d of h on the first principle. Frankly speaking, I am not sure that this is very important. So, and I guess, according to Kolmogorov, at least the Kolmogorov in the Sinai world, maybe this is not so important. Let me mention that in this direction, there is some important progress, not for the problem of turbulence, but the problem of the so-called passive scalar. When you study not the velocity, not the field equation for the velocity, but for the temperature or concentration, and in this case, it's possible to obtain something in an analytic way. But this is interesting problem, but rather far from this. From my point of view, I guess it's what is important. It's important to construct some effective model. So this is also is part of what I call golden age or turbulence, because in that period was some people, including Christian Beck, so Kuniko Kaneko, so the people already mentioned before. The people try to start to introduce some model, not simple like not too small, not like Lorentz system, but some couple maps or shell model and so on. And in such a way, in this model was possible to study in a systematic way, numerically, or with some idea from dynamical system. I have the feeling that this line now is a bit. The people are not particularly interested in this, and so finally the idea of to extend the idea of finite size Lyapunov exponent in the treatment of data, because for example, imagine a situation like climate and so on. So here the first obvious idea is just to apply the Takens approach, but Takens approach is well known that if the dimension is large, where large means 5, not 10,000, doesn't work. So this is my dream, to try to introduce some effective models, repeating our work with the Moens and the shell model and so on, and try to generalize the finite size Lyapunov exponent also for the application in real data. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Angelo, for a beautiful talk. Any questions?
In the chat.
Oh, that.
I have to click in.
It was before.
No,
Yeah. Well, I had planned. I don't think it's you.
No, this is about energy. No, it's not a question, just an appreciation. Wonderful, clear. But no, it's for me or for the previous. No, yeah. I guess there are.
Okay. I had, of course, the plan to ask you about what is the biggest problem in turbulence. This is what you say here. To derive D of H, right? And
no, I think that is not really a serious problem, because apparently I am pretty sure that this is out of the human possibility.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah. No.
Then what?
No, maybe one possibility is following some idea of Kraichner. So Kraichner, for example, was able to formulate some statistical theory, exact statistical theory, not for Navier-Stokes equation, but some modified Navier-Stokes equation with in the Fourier space with the random coupling, or in the infinite dimension, something like that. It's in the spirit of people working in statistical mechanics. Maybe this is a possibility, I don't know. But it seems that very few people are interested in this. Roberto Benzi insists to say that at least for the shell model at the end of our career, we had to solve the problem. Well, why? So the shell model is exactly the same difficulty of okay, you have it's free from some tensor stuff, but apart the tensor decoration, the trouble are the same.
That's true. Yeah. I was going to teach you also a little bit, Angelo. Did you ever tell Mandelbrot that Richardson is the father of fractals?
Excuse me?
Did you ever tell Benoit Mandelbrot that Richardson is the father of fractals?
Benoit Mandelbrot was a smart guy, and he was very accurate, and he mentioned him. He mentioned him, so you cannot say that Mandelbrot was unfair. Okay. So no, just let me just show you. No, some books about some suggest. Okay, no, why not? What happened?
Here it is.
Okay. No, so no. Okay. Okay, so let me suggest this book by Ashdorf. This is the book which compares very complete about Richardson. And then another book about, okay, this one is very recent, This is the Richardson activity in the pacifistic movement. And okay, this is a very nice book. But this is, I guess, the most the great expert at the present time of Richardson. He's a meteorologist, and he wrote this book. It was a sort of tribute to the idea of Richardson in weather forecasting. Okay, this is the masterpiece of Richardson. No, sorry, this is the masterpiece of Richardson, and this is the paper on the anomalous diffusion. This is my small tribute to Richardson, just in a minor joke.
Thank you, Angelo. Big congratulations again. I knew it was a little late, but it's unfair to stop prize winners' talks. So we are having still half an hour break until 4:30. Thank you very much.
سمعت نشوف قبل ما way
Multilayer networks are really formed by distinct layers of interactions, and he has exploited the mathematical formalism of simplicial complexes and hypergraphs going beyond pairwise interaction. And I'm sure in his talk he will tell us more about that. His work builds on dynamical processes taking place on these networks, including random walks, reaction diffusion processes, synchronization, epidemic processes, and so on. He's also interested in applications of network science to social and transportation systems, as well as to the human brain. So it's now time to ask Federico to come to the stage. And again, we do, I think that's worth a clap once you're here. And please come here, and we do social distances like that. Or like that. And please take your, yes, both this trophy as well as the document. And I should read this document, which has the following inscription. That is the official EPS citation for your prize. Federico Battiston is honored for his outstanding work on nonlinear dynamics and emergent collective phenomena in multi-layer and higher order networks, including diffusion, synchronization, social and evolutionary processes. Congratulations. Great. And I ask Raul Toral, who's a member of the board of the EPS Statistical and Nonlinear Physics Division, to say a few words.
Okay. Well, simply on behalf of the board, I would like to congratulate you for this well-deserved prize, as well as Katarina. As a member of the board, one of the nicest jobs we have is to analyze the nominations we receive for this early career and to realize how much brightness and excellence is necessarily short by definition curricula. Okay, so looking at the work that you've done, we can say probably that the future of our field is in very good hands. So congratulations for the prize, best wishes for your future achievements, and remember, the best is yet to come.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, if you go down and I call you back later. Okay, now again in alphabetic order, we continue with Katarina Dežbak, and she did her undergraduate studies at the University of Padua and was looking at non-equilibrium Brownian motion particles in contact with heat baths. And then she was a graduate student in Orsay from October 2012 to September 2015. And her PhD was supervised by Sylvia Franz and Satya Majumdar. And there's a connection to the previous prize, senior prize winner 2 years ago, Satya, who, and that's also quite nice and interesting. And then as a postdoc, you went to the Santa Fe Institute, a wonderful decision, a beautiful place to be. And that was from 2015 to 2017. And since 2018, Katarina has been working at Cyber Valley at the Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems in Tübingen in Germany, where she's a group leader and supervising quite a lot of researchers on complex networks, and her specialty is network inference and routing optimization. Katarina has made important contributions to the statistical physics of random walkers, such as calculating exactly the mean number of distinct sites visited by a random walker on random graphs. And from that behavior on some calculations, she could get information on the topology of the underlying graphs. She is also interested in stochastic search algorithms for community detection and link prediction. Layer independence in multi-layer networks is a highly cited paper of hers. And she's, as said, also very interested in routing optimization on networks. So congratulations, Katarina. Please come to the stage. So again, if you come, no, yours is over there, sorry. If you come over here, we do this little bumper award. Great, and here's your trophy, please pick it up. And here's your official citation document. And it is time for me to cite what is written on this official short citation of EPS. That is again the official EPS text. Katarina Dežbak is honored for her outstanding work on statistical physics of random walkers on random graphs, stochastic search processes, routing optimization on networks, and effective algorithms for community detection. Thank you. So Eric Aurel, as a board member, will also speak.
Yeah, Katarina, so on behalf of the board, but also on behalf of all the co-PIs of a European network, Netedis, which I believe paid for your PhD studies. And that includes me, our main PI, Peter Solich, who is not here, your supervisor, Silvio Franz. I heard from him, he warmly congratulates you. And Matteo Marsili is in the audience, and I think that is everybody here present. We are very happy from the old Netedis crowd that one of our, let's say, students, maybe we could say, collectively students. I believe that you were here in Slovenia in a place organized by Matteo and did rafting some years ago. So that also helped. That one from us, that was from the group that we were supervising and helping, has progressed so quickly. So from the board, from everybody, from the whole community, congratulations. You have shown lots of courage in your career, so please go on doing that. Do new things. Yeah, all the best.
Okay, great. So, what we want to do now is have first a picture of the two early career prize winners together in nice social distance, of course, or maybe you take your trophies and we make a photograph. Eric, don't run away. You should be on that photograph as well. So maybe here, like that, maybe, yeah. I don't know how it looks like. Please direct us. You keep distance from me. Oh, there's another one. Then I go here. Excellent. No social distances, please. Okay.
You have to come closer.
Okay, closer. Okay. I stand in front. Okay. I come down. Very good. down here? Okay.
The boat.
Oh, so, okay. Good, excellent. And then where is our senior prize winner? Angelo, are you? Ah, there he is, please, Angelo. And in the middle, please, with us. And perhaps as a background screen, László as well, at least his photograph.
Maybe we can share full screen.
Yeah, can we have László in full screen on two?
Perfect.
Ah, there he is. Oh, wow. Okay, excellent. So this is the joint photograph now of everybody involved. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay. So, where's Morgans? Morgans, you take over this session as well, I think. So the first one is Federico. Yeah, you have the top.
Okay, so it's a pleasure to introduce the two young prize winners. First, we have Federico Battiston, Higher Order Interaction in Complex Networks and Opportunity for New Physics. What's the length here, Christian, roughly?
45 minutes again,
okay,
including,
so 40 plus.
Including questions.
I will stop you around 40.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, thank you very much, Christian, and I also would like to thank all the members of the Statistical and Nonlinear Physics division of the EPS for this award. Thanks also to all the organizers, especially the local organizers, for this very nice conference here in Trieste. It's the first time I come to Trieste for work. And can you hear me well in the audience? Yes. Okay. So this is I'm very honored to share this award with Katarina on the occasion in which for the senior award we have László Barabási, whose work of course was very fundamental, I think, for my careers, and also Angelo Vulpiani was awarded on the same day, and indeed I was a former student of his for the course of statistical mechanics in Rome several years ago. As this is an award talk, I also wanted to provide a little bit of perspective on network science, so why it matters for the field of complexity and also for the field of physics. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna try to talk a little bit about a topic which has accumulated a lot of interest, not only from me, but from the wider research community in the last couple of years. And this is the topic of higher order interactions in complex networks. And I'm gonna start I'm gonna start from the data, from some empirical observations, all the way down to dynamics and processes on networks. So in order to do so, in order to explain why higher order interactions matter for complexity, I always like to take a step back and refer to this masterpiece published 50 years ago in Science by Philip Warren Anderson. And this is because in years when the most interesting experiments were considered those about trying to find the tiniest particles of which everything is made of. In years when the reductionist hypothesis was completely dominant, Anderson was already warning us that typically the behavior of large and complex aggregates cannot be understood as a simple extrapolation of the properties of a few particles. So what Anderson is saying is that actually no matter how well we know the unit of a system, a lot of information is actually encapsulated into the interactions and the architecture of these interactions among the units. And this is why over the last decades, networks have become very important for complex systems. They are sometimes referred to as the backbones of complex systems. So to me, networks are mainly a physical concept, a physical infrastructure on top of which dynamical, often unexpected complex behavior can emerge. And when I'm talking about complex behavior, I'm thinking of things like the sudden viral spread of rumors in social networks to spread of disease, and we know this very well. The units do not have to be people, they can be different things like generation units, and we can have cascading failures of generation unit and blackouts like in 2003 in the US. And all of these are a bit negative things, so I also wanted to put an example of a good emergent behavior like the large-scale cooperation that we witness every day in human and animal societies. So if the architecture is so important for the dynamical emergent behavior of a system, well, of course, we need to be very precise while describing such architecture. And this is because not only this will allow us to understand better these systems, but eventually also to improve our ability to predict the dynamics of such a system and eventually possibly to control them. And this is actually why, what is actually a network in 2021? So it is surely a collection of nodes and their interactions. And since these interactions are so important for dynamics, well, actually, since the very beginning of network science, even before from sociology, people started enriching the description of such interactions. So they first considered different weights, or they added a direction in this relationship, a source and a target node, or possibly assign a positive or negative sign to these interactions. However, in the last recent years, there's been a lot of new research on more complicated generalized network structure, where, for instance, links can be created or destroyed over time, or multi-layer networks, where nodes can be connected by links of different nature. I worked a lot on this topic during my PhD with my supervisor, Vito Latora, which I would like to thank. And I think that now it's indeed about time for us to try to tackle a slightly different problem, which is that of networks where interactions are not limited to the pairs, but actually can encompass a wider number of groups, of nodes. And this is because there's a lot of empirical evidence that higher order interactions actually exist in interacting systems. From ecology, where the survival of species often does not depend on isolated mutualistic or competitive interactions, but often depends on the simultaneous interactions with more than one species at a time. Also to social systems, where, for instance, for social contagion, differently from biological contagion, where an individual can be infected independently by another infected individual. For social contagion, what the main mechanism, which is believed by which social contagion occurs, is that of complex contagion, where a single agent actually is susceptible to acquire a new opinion by some mechanism of group peer pressure. So he or she looks at all the neighbors around him or her, and only if a significant fraction of them has a given opinion, then he or she will acquire the same opinion. So higher order interactions are there, and however, how can we describe them with simple links to describe interactions? Well, the problem to describe interactions beyond the pair is of course not completely new. So since the early 2000s, actually, people have considered network motifs, which are small connected subgraphs, which are found to be statistically overabundant in the real system compared to a suitably randomized system. And in particular, cliques, which are special type of motifs where every node is connected to everybody else. And however, I want to show you that traditional network encoding is often not enough. So let me give you this example from a co-authorship network, publication data, where we have 3 scientists, Alice, Bob, and Claire. Alice and Bob write a first paper together, which gives us an edge. Bob and Claire write a second paper together, as well as Alice and Claire. So eventually, what this is going to give us is a triangle of this type. However, it's clear that this type of interactions is very different from the case where Alice, Bob, and Claire actually join forces and write a single paper together. So what we have here is what we call a filled triangle, which, however, with traditional network encoding, looks exactly the same as the previous triangle. And indeed, what we want to do is not only consider the difference from a structural point of view of these 2 objects, but actually being able to give a different dynamical meaning to these 2 objects. So the idea here is that we cannot limit ourselves to these low-order building blocks, simple links, but we have to encode interactions in a more sophisticated way by considering 1 simplices, which are edges, but also filled triangles, or 2 simplices, filled tetrahedra, 3 simplices, and so on. And so we covered this topic very much in details in this recent review done together with many colleagues. What is nice is that the average age of this review is like 30 years old. So it was really an early career effort, not only from myself, but also from lots of colleagues. And the idea is that if we put together all these different building blocks, what we will have is a so-called simplicial complex. And actually, simplicial complexes allow us to exploit a lot of powerful computational and mathematical tools, which are the tools which characterize topological data analysis. So for instance, we can look at so-called holes and cavities and assign a particular shape to these higher order data. And this is what has been done for brain data, semantic data, even collaboration networks, where it's clear that the fundamental units of interactions is actually the whole group of co-authors. And however, and another interesting case of network data is actually that of face-to-face and proximity interactions. So in the last 10 years, there's been a lot of research about analyzing real offline social interactions, for instance, as done by the social patterns collaborations, where people were given sensors, and if 2 people were speaking one in front of the other, an interaction was recorded among them. And this was done in settings as diverse as primary school, hospitals. We understood a lot of new things about social networks, and these things were studied in time as simple networks. And this is not only for face-to-face interaction, but also for proximity data. Like in Copenhagen, they ran a very big experiment where they gave a GPS to some students, and they built these temporal networks. I've been involved in some studies where we studied the diffusion of culture in population of hunter-gatherers in the Philippines. But what I'm saying is that also in this case, actually, since we have time-resolved data, actually we should study these systems more as simplicial complexes rather than simple networks evolving over time. And indeed, if we do so, actually we can study, for instance, not only the static architecture of simplicial complexes, but also how they evolve over time. And we can look at the burst of activity, not only in the encounters of pairs of individuals, but by extending some work done by László 15 years ago, we also see that also larger groups of 3 or 4 individuals actually tend to interact in burst. So there's moment in which nothing happens, and then moment of strong interactions among 3 or 4 people. So there is a problem with simplicial complexes. It's more of a technical problem maybe, which is that from a mathematical point of view, in order to use these tools from topological data analysis, which characterize the shape of data, there is a requirement. And a requirement is that if a simplex belongs to the complex, also all its subfaces, its subsimplices must belong to the complex. So what does this mean? Well, it means that, for instance, if we have a triangle here, not only there is a free body interactions, but we also must include all the subfaces, all the edges in these cases. And this is what allows us to use tools from topological data analysis, but this is not exactly what we want in many cases. Sometimes a three-body interactions is just a three-body interactions. So what we can do is that we can relax this condition, and what we have is a mathematical object which is called a hypergraph. And by doing this, we gain in flexibility, but we lose some of these tools already developed by the mathematical community. So in our review, there is let's say, all the mathematics about this. We describe the basic formalism from incidence matrices to adjacency matrices and tensor to describe higher order interactions. And I want to now start talking a little bit about some practical problems. So, for instance, what kind of information we can get by looking just at the micro scale at these systems. And for instance, are we able to distinguish different interacting systems by looking at the local patterns of connectivity? So let us consider, for instance, motifs of free nodes, but with higher order interactions. So if we were with simple networks, we would just have this triad and this triangle. But now that we also have higher order interaction, we already have 6 different combinations. And as soon as we consider slightly larger building blocks, for instance, of size 4, this goes above 170 possibilities, and the number explodes actually very quick. But even just if we stop at motifs of order 4, what we see, well, here is an example of actually what we can do with motifs of order 3. So for each one of them, we can compute its frequency in the real data and compare it to what we would have in a suitable null model. And then we can assign a score, a significant score, which basically is greater than 0 if the motif is overabundant in the real system, and is negative if otherwise is underabundant. And if we do this not only for free node motifs, but also for 4 node motifs, what we get is that, for instance, we identify 2 superfamilies of higher order networks. And we happen to see that in one, all our face-to-face higher order networks belong to this category. And in the other one, for instance, all the biological systems happen to these other categories. And if we look at which motifs are actually overabundant, we see that they're very different ones. So for biological networks, there are a lot of interactions which are actually pure many-body interactions, higher order interactions. While in social networks, what we see is that if there is a higher order interactions, a face-to-face higher order interaction, often there's also, it also means that these people meet separately in a pairwise way. So this finding here suggested that actually maybe there was some sort of a reinforcement mechanism at work in social networks. So what we tried to compute was for all the motifs with a list of free body interactions, but with a different number of pairwise interactions, we tried to compute how many times actually the free body interactions was observed. And we see that in all cases for these face-to-face social networks, we have a growing trend, indeed hinting at the existence of this social reinforcement, while this is not the case for biological systems, for instance. And similarly, we also try to validate this reinforcement with external metadata, such as, for instance, how many people were friends on Facebook or declared to be friends on a survey. And again, if we plot this for higher order interactions with a different number of pairwise interactions, also in this case, we observe a growing trend, hinting at the existence of some structural reinforcement. So what I'm trying to do now is that I'm trying to actually develop a model where we can actually tune and grow higher order systems with some correlations between the different orders of interactions. And so there's a lot of data about higher order systems, so much data that actually recently we thought, well, in some cases, these systems are very big and also very noisy. So can we find a way to detect meaningful higher order interactions, separating noise from actual information? And this is what in network science is so-called problem of filtering or backboning. It was introduced slightly more than 10 years ago by Alessandro Vespignani in these very famous papers. And then some other things were also some other generalization, let's say, were done for the case of bipartite networks, temporal networks. Also Guido Caldarelli has worked on related topics for financial networks in particular. And the problem is that if we do not use higher order encoding of our interactions, pairwise methods might not be able to distinguish between these two types of interactions, or might actually miss these two interactions where the free body interaction is actually disgregated into single edges, each one of which should be validated independently. So what we did with the group of Rosario Mantegna in Palermo and his collaborator Federico Musciotto, they are truly expert of statistically validated system. So what we did is that we basically devised a backbone for these higher order systems. So this is just to say, in the case some of you happen to have a higher order network and want to filter out the noise or the redundant information, this is a tool that can be used. So there's a lot of data, so much data that sometimes we want to filter and simplify the system, but actually sometimes we have the opposite problem. So there's a lot of data, but this is not always recorded as a higher order network. And sometimes we only have information about the projected system, the projected network data. So a nice question which these guys ask themselves and to whose work I want to point out is, are we able to actually reconstruct the higher order organization of an interacting system given simply the network data? What these guys did is that they developed a very nice Bayesian framework, which basically allows us to do so. And I think, however, this doesn't solve the problem of inference of higher order interactions for complex systems. And for instance, some interesting problems, at least problems that I find of interest, are problems where we also have dynamics, not only information about the structure. We might have a dynamic on each node, we might have a signal. And the question is, for instance, if given these signals, we are able to actually reconstruct correctly the interacting structure. So this is somehow a problem of dynamics. And indeed, I want to have the second part of my talk about the effect of higher order interactions on dynamical processes in complex systems. And I want to start by mentioning the case of synchronization, which is the emergence of oscillatory order through interactions. And this is, of course, widespread behavior observed from heart cells beating together to circadian rhythms and many other examples. And at least when I started working on this topic, most pre-existing studies were actually limited to low order schemes, so simple links, or some many-body interactions, but mostly in very simple, non-complex, I would say, interacting scheme, like all-to-all scheme. So together with Maxime Luca and Giulia Cencetti, we actually wanted to tackle both, to have both these properties. So we wanted to have all possible orders, but also a generically arbitrarily complex relational architecture. And to do so, we focused on a very simple thing. We focused on identical phase oscillators. So basically, we considered a system like this, a Kuramoto model, basically, where we have the time derivative of a phase here, and the time evolution of this phase is governed by the natural frequency, plus the difference between the phases with the neighbors, where Aij regulates the connectivity. So rather than simply having pairwise interactions, we told as well, okay, let's add also 3-body interactions and 4-body interactions, actually potentially all the way up to all possible orders of interactions, where these entries here can be as complex as you want. So they can be heterogeneous, for instance. And the typical question in which we were interested is that, is the synchronized solution linearly stable? And to do so, we computed the dynamics of a tiny perturbation into the system. And what happens is that after some algebra, which I'm not putting here, we were actually able to writing down these dynamics in this very simple way, which reminds us of what we have for the traditional Kuramoto model for pairwise interactions only, with the difference that here we have a very particular operator, which is not the traditional Laplacian, but is something else that we decided to call multi-order Laplacian. Why do we call it multi-order Laplacian? We call it like this because actually, after some rearranging of the terms, this can be split into sum of several terms, where we have a first term, which indeed is the traditional Laplacian, encoding pairwise interaction only. But then we also have this other term, a lambda 2, all the way to a lambda d. And all such matrices actually happens to be generalized Laplacian matrices of order d, where so they have the traditional properties of the Laplacians, and they happen to be written down in this way, where d is the order of the interaction, kid is the number of simplices of degree d included in I, and this is the generalized adjacency term. So the question is, what can you do with this operator? Of course, now you have a solution, a spectral solution for the stability of this simple system of identical phase oscillators. But when we wrote this down, we already thought that this had some wider applications. So I was very happy actually to see this year this other work done by the group of Mattia Frasca, Vito Latore, and Stefano Boccaletti, who used the same multi-order Laplacian, the same operator, to extend the idea of Pecora and Carroll about the master stability function to synchronization in simplicial complexes. So actually they used the same operator that we used, but not only for simple phase oscillators, but a wider class of nonlinear oscillators like Rosler oscillators and things like this. And what they found is that higher order interactions is nice because they can either act as a stabilizing force into the system, or introducing them sometimes can also be detrimental for synchronization. And a lot of people are actually using this operator. For instance, these other guys just put this on the archive, and they are basically trying to optimize the architecture of a higher order interacting system by focusing on the properties of this multi-order Laplacian matrix. I should say that for pairwise connections, we have a single Laplacian that arises from diffusion properties, that arises for synchronization in the Kuramoto model when we try to linearize the system. But this is not the case for higher order interactions. I think in the literature now we have many different Laplacians, which, and I think their use, it depends on the problems that you are tackling. So for instance, there's a wide class of Laplacians on which I'm coming back in a little bit, where basically the scope of these matrices is actually to define some boundary matrices, some relations between a triangle and all the subfaces. So simplices of order n and of order n-1 or n+1. And actually, I also studied some random walk on hypergraphs, from which you are able to, by looking at the properties of this random walk, you're able to extract relevant information about the community structure of this system. Let me give you another example, which maybe is a bit more network sciencey and a bit less dynamical system-like, but I think it's very nice to understand why higher order interaction matters. So this is not my work, it's a work of these colleagues, and it is about social contagion. So the idea here is that differently from simple contagion, where a node can be susceptible or infected, and contagion can only occur in a pairwise manner with an infection rate beta. And in case you have two neighbors, you can have a probability to be infected beta by each individual. In the case you belong to a field triangle, right, a higher order interactions, then there must be some additional reinforcement term for this contagion. So what the guys did is that they introduced this additional triangular infection probability beta triangle. And what is very nice, I think, is that we can write down the mean field equation for this problem, and we can, for the density of for the temporal evolution of the density of infected nodes, well, like in traditional epidemic models, we will have a term which describes the loss of infectiousness. So this is mu, this is the rate at which you recover from an infection. Then we have the traditional probability that because of an encounter between a susceptible and an infected nodes, the susceptible becomes infected, and this is mediated by the infection rate beta and the number of contacts k. But now we also have a new term which is this additional triangular infection probability. So if there is a susceptible node, it can belong to a triangle with two infected nodes. So here we have a term which is rho squared, and this is mediated by beta triangle and the number of triangles to which you belong. So this is now is a polynomial of order 3. In the case we have larger groups of interactions, this becomes a polynomial of order d. But what is nice is that if we look for the steady state equation, where we put this time derivative of the density of infected nodes equal to 0, now we can of course have this value which is equal to 0, and this corresponds to the absorbing epidemic free state. But we can have up to 2 more physical solutions. Here lambda is just the infection rate beta, which has been rescaled by the connectivity. So here we can have 2 more solutions, and this is because we had a polynomial of order 3. But what does this mean from a physical point of view? It means that there is some range of solution where the traditional second order phase transition, which separates the endemic phase where a macroscopic fraction of nodes is actually infected, the traditional second order from the healthy state to this endemic state actually is not there anymore for some parameters. And what happens for some parameters is that actually we have B-stability emerges, an hysteretic cycle emerges, and I thought that this was very cool. I thought that this was very cool because I mean, first order phase transitions are something very important in physics, but they are difficult to obtain in network science and in statistical physics. So here what we see is that actually instead they emerge quite naturally in this simple model of mean field for homogeneous simplicial complexes. But this is not so special actually, because the year later then people started considering heterogeneous, like scale-free like simplicial complexes, and not only simplicial complexes, but also hypergraph, and not only hypergraphs, but also higher order structures, which are evolving over time. And they always found some V-stability and some explosive phenomena. And let me tell you more than this. Actually, if we change process and we go back to our Kuramoto model and synchronization, and this is the work of Sebas Cardal and Alex Arenas, once again, a very similar phase diagram emerges where V-stability appears. So all in all, this suggests that actually there is a sort of universal route to explosive phenomena for higher order synchronization, right? No matter the process in some sense, no matter if you're dealing with epidemic spreading, if we're dealing with synchronization, if here we have our macroscopic order parameter, it can be the fraction of infected nodes, it can be the Kuramoto parameter for synchronization. If we plot this as a function of some control parameter, as long as the effect of our higher order interactions is pretty weak, we still maintain our traditional second order transitions in interacting systems. But as long as this effect becomes strong enough, actually an explosive abrupt transition emerges. And I think it is still an open problem trying to characterize this in a better mathematical way. So some results are available for some very particular settings by mathematicians. Some other hand-waving explanations exist based on bifurcation theory and on linear stability analysis. But I think that here, in principle, even for mathematicians or people interested in doing rigorous work, there's a lot of space to try to give more rigorous mathematical ground to this physical observation. And another interesting problem, interesting process on network is that of cooperation. So cooperation is a very well-studied process. There's actually already a paradigmatic game for games of many people, which is the public goods game, which basically works in the following way. So we have some players which can either decide to cooperate with a coin or defect. And all the coins are then put together, multiplied by some game parameter, the so-called synergy factor, and eventually split equally among the players of our population, no matter the initial strategy. So it's clear that in this case, deciding to cooperate was not a very good decision, right? These guys started with a full coin, and now they are back just with 80% of this coin. And indeed, unless we are in the trivial case where the synergy factor is greater than the group size, and in this case, we are basically just multiplying money. In the opposite case, which is the interesting case, from a rational point of view, in order to maximize your individual payoffs, an individual should actually be able to, should always defect. The problem is that if I defect, if everybody defects, there will be no money in the pool to be multiplied, and the system will eventually fall into the so-called tragedy of the commons. So this is indeed what happens in well-mixed population, where if we plot the fraction of cooperators as a function of the synergy factor, the multiplication parameter, we have an abrupt transition which separates defection, full defection, from full cooperation. And of course, we know that people can not only play in a well-mixed scenario, they can play in a network, for instance. And what is interesting is that in this case, actually something new happens. So first of all, the transition changes order. So it goes from an abrupt first order transition to a smooth second order transition. From an evolutionary point of view, what is interesting is that actually cooperators start emerging into the system much earlier than before. And this is basically the transposition to this particular game, the public goods game, of the work by Novak and May in the early 90s about network reciprocity. Now, what is the problem with the traditional way in which we implement the public goods game? on networks? Well, the problem is that is actually in the way we define groups. So typically we let our agent I play with all its neighbors. And this is the group in which it is the focal node. But we also let I play in all the groups where the neighbors are the focal members. And of course, what we know now with this language of hypergraphs is that, well, that is not exactly the correct way to represent the group interactions. So we can do better than this. And so what we tried to do with a group of colleagues and that were recently published is that we tried to analyze the evolutionary dynamics of this system, very much in the same spirit of the model for which I showed you the social contagion phenomena. And what we do is that not only we provide them in field description of these evolutionary dynamics, we see that higher order interactions can boost cooperation. We also see that for the first time, actually, the game on uniform hypergraphs corresponds to the replicator dynamics in the well-mixed limit. And this is, as I showed you before, this is not something that happens in simple networks. So I thought that this was actually quite a nice result. Finally, very last thing, and this is, I think, where higher order networks really take life and become alive, is to consider what I like to call topological dynamical processes. So typically we consider processes on networks where we have a dynamics of the nodes and we have interactions mediated by the links. But with higher order networks, not only we can have higher order interactions, but we can also place dynamics on top of simplices and higher order edges. And in this way, higher order dynamical systems transform static interactions into active agents. So think, for instance, of the case where the state of an edge, for instance, can influence the state of the nodes which are at the two extremes, something like this. And this is also a very interesting case, which has been, for instance, tackled by Ginestra, Bianconi, and collaborators in this explosive higher order Kuramoto dynamics, where you can have oscillators which are placed not only on the nodes, but also on the edges, possibly on the triangles. And also here, very cool things can happen, because with these higher order Laplacian matrices, which I mentioned at the beginning of the talk, actually, you can see analytically some very strange things, like, for instance, that the dynamics on the edges may display synchronization transition, which, however, is only revealed when projected onto simplices of higher or lower dimension. So I think that also for these topological dynamical processes, we are just at the beginning, and there's a lot of research to be done. Some final words. I think so. I've been talking a lot about higher order networks and interacting complex systems. Of course, higher order also means more memory to store the data, more complicated algorithms to look at this system, possibly slower analysis. So a very big question, very important question that we always have to ask to ourselves is, do we really need to preserve all this information to understand and describe interacting systems? And I hope that I was able to show you that at least some good examples that both from the structural point of view, but also in terms of new dynamics and new physics, actually there's a lot of new interesting things to be done, a lot of new developments, which I believe will occur in the next years. And I think in particular for statistical physicists, this is a very, very promising area of research. And this is, of course, not only my research topic. So this is a research topic in which a lot of people are working. And this is a non-exhaustive list of key contributors. And if you're interested in this topic, together with Ginestra Bianconi, we are guest editing a focus collection in communication physics, which aims to collect the most relevant work in this area. And together with Giovanni Petri, we have an upcoming book as editors, which will appear on the Springer series, Understanding Complex Systems, which I was very happy because this is a nice series where we have these nice books on temporal networks, multi-layer networks, adaptive networks, all these things. And finally, some of these ideas, which I shared with you today, will eventually appear in some upcoming perspective article, which they told me I should not advertise much. So last thing, simplicial complexes, hypergraphs, they are not a new thing. They are an old thing, at least for the mathematicians. So why did it take us so long? Well, I think it took us so long because it's actually hard. It's hard, very hard, and we knew this already from classical mechanics, we could say. But at the same time, I think that after considering all this degree of additional complexity, it's now time for statistical physicists and network scientists trying to understand a little bit more the physics of networks beyond pairwise interactions. And thank you very much for staying with me until the end. Thank you again for the Early Career Award.
Thank you very much, Federico, for very nice talks. We have a little late, but 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, Christian.
Thank you very much for this brilliant talk. My question is really for applications. I mean, I can very well understand in a social network that you do have these complicated higher order interactions. But what about natural systems like a biological system? Is it relevant there as well? Did nature choose to have higher order interactions or not?
So I'm less of an expert of, this is a wonderful question, very good question. I'm less of an expert of biological and chemical networks, but I believe there's a lot of experimental data about, for instance, chemical reactions, where the elements like to interact in groups of 3, but not necessarily in groups of 2, for instance. And however, if we forget about the higher order representation of the systems, what we end up doing is decomposing these group interactions into a collection of dyadic interactions. And these might provide us with an inaccurate description of the system. Similarly, I think also these, also in ecological systems, I think it's very important to consider simultaneous interactions of different species. Here in Trieste, there is Jacopo Grilli, who has done some very interesting work in this direction. Of course, we need more data. So I hope in the future years we will have more data also in natural systems.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next prize winner, Katarina Dežbak. And again, of course, we were going to hear about networks, statistical inference in network, please.
Okay, can you hear me well? Okay, great. Okay, so I just want to start by saying thanks for giving me the opportunity to win this award. So in particular, I want to thank the Division of Statistical and Nonlinear Physics for nominating me for this award, and also some credit I really need to give to the people that contributed to having me here today, who are my previous advisor, the 2 PhD advisors, Silvio Franz and Satya Majumdar, and the postdoc advisor, Chris Moore. So I really have to say a big thank to them, because without them, I wouldn't be here today. And with no further ado, I just want to start straight with the talk. It's the last talk of the day, so I try to be on time, hopefully. So today I want to talk about finding patterns in network using statistical inference. And in particular, I want to talk to you about finding patterns in networks when we have different types of information beyond the classical ones you are used to have in networks. So I just as a disclaimer, the running example for today would be a particular application that I have in mind that I've been working in recent years, which is that of analyzing social support networks. So because I like to start working, usually developing the idea from concrete application, I think this is a very stimulating application that provides rich opportunities for developing grounded theoretical models. So in particular for this type of work, I work in close contacts with social scientists who do the hard job of collecting the actual data. And then it's up to us providing powerful methods and theoretically grounded methods that are able to support the analysis of such rich data sets. So typically networks are represented are a powerful tool, first of all, to represent the interactive system. And the basic type of information you can store is a binary type of information. So you so you can have, oops. Something, okay. Let's see. Okay. So the basic type of information you can have is a binary type of information. So whether an edge exists or not between two nodes, and this is usually collected in a matrix, so-called adjacency matrix. However, in real data, the things are much richer than that. So data sets contain much more information than just whether an edge exists or not. And that's the case of social support networks, the one collected by my colleagues who performed field studies, asking questions, bonding with people in rural villages to wonder about the relationship between them. So social support networks are networks where people are the nodes and edges are a relationship between them. Relationship can be of different types. In this particular network that I plot here, which represents a village in rural India, we have 12 different types of relationship, ranging from financial relationship, social relationship, advice, powerful relationship, and so on, worship. On top of that, they collect questions to each single individual. So the networks are directed because people can reply and have different opinions about the same type of relationship. So often you don't even have consistency in between, disagreement between what two people say about the same edge. And then, of course, they collect also all sorts of information about the individuals themselves. So in other words, you can think of them as attributes. And they can also be of different types. Okay, so what do we do with this? Well, first of all, let me say that this particular type of network that I've been lucky to have access to is not the only type of network that exists out there of this type. It's actually part of a bigger effort that in particular anthropologists are running to collect the same type of network, but on 30 different rural places located around the world, which is a work in progress right now. So in the next few years, we will have at least 30 of them collected at 2 different time steps. So there are a lot of questions that one can ask about this type of rich data sets. And the particular focus of this program, so-called Endow program, is about modeling how, finding connection between how the structure of the network, so the topology of the network, can help explain wealth inequality between different individuals in a village. So it's a pretty broad question, but my point is we need powerful methods to be able to tackle this and all the subsequent questions that are being asked. So let's start with a simpler question. It's actually not a simple question, but at least formally one can define it properly. we want to find patterns behind these rich data sets. So that's the first question that our colleague was asking, handing out the data set. Let's first find some patterns, some commonalities that we can distinguish the different, here in these different villages. And that asks for a very powerful approach. Actually, you can, let me say pretty straight, there are many approaches you can take to model this type of data sets, but to answer this type of question, I really find powerful the formalism of statistical inference and more generally of probabilistic models. And that's because it's a principled framework. So you can derive actual math, do it in a proper way, a rigorous way. And then modeling probability distribution allows you in general, if you're able to do it efficiently, to answer several types of questions, in particular those that go beyond the one you originally started with. So for instance, in this case, the original question was, how do we find patterns, some macroscopic patterns behind this network? But then having access to the probability distribution, we could answer several other questions, as I will show you in a bit. And finally, these types of models rely on a simple principle that is that of latent variables. So variables that you do not observe, but you model them, you select a probability distribution that depends on them, and they can effectively capture the dependencies between the data. And one very nice thing about latent variables is that you can interpret them. So they are not parameters, black box parameter type that you just infer them, they have values, they don't have any meaning. You can give them to the social scientists, which can then be interpreted using their domain knowledge. And one particular type of interpretation one can use, it's the one that I will use in the next part of the talk, is that of community structure. So you might have already heard several times about community structure, but this is one of the flavors you can think of communities as latent variables that represent how nodes are grouped, are clustered in a network, and this can determine the probability that they also interact. So I will start now with showing how we can tackle the original question, which is how do we find patterns in this type of rich data sets? And I will add one layer of difficulty and one layer of information, which is that of having multi-layer networks. So the original question, the original data sets that we received was this set of 12 questionnaires, so 12 different types of interaction that people interact. So who do you talk to? Who do you borrow money from? And the goal is to find these hidden patterns. So in particular, as I was saying, we will give them interpretation as communities. So I just want to say that the running example is a social network, but social support network, but this particular application is broader than that. So for instance, multi-layer networks, you can see them in transportation system, in biological networks, and so on. So let me just quickly define so that we are all on the same page what I mean by multi-layer network. Multi-layer network is a network where the set of nodes is the same, but the set of edges changes between different types, between different layers. So for instance, in our running example, if you ask a question about who do you talk to, this defines one layer, so it has one set of edges. And then you can have a borrow layer, or who do you borrow money from, which is a different type of interaction, and it has a different layer, but the people are the same. So now, what is the main problem about working with these different types of information represented by having different interaction? Well, the main challenge is to effectively incorporate the different type of information while trying not to lose important information. So let me tell you how this is happening with a simple example. I plot here one layer, one possible layer of a two-layer network. And you can clearly distinguish here that there are two groups. And you can also clearly distinguish that the structure of this two groups is so-called assortative, meaning there are many more edges between groups than across group, or homophilic type of interaction. Well, this is one structure in one layer, but then let's assume we have a second layer where the structure is completely different, or let's call it disassortative. So there are many more edges across groups than within group. So you can already see now that we have a two-layer network where the two layers are completely structurally different. And if we take a naive approach where we aggregate the two layers together, because we have so many nice methods for single layer network, let's just bump the two-layer network into an aggregated one so that we can use our method, we will completely lose the individual information contained in the two layers. So that's very important for us to be able to find these patterns by effectively using the two different types of information coming from the two different layers without losing the fact that the structure of each individual layers can be completely different. So how do we do this in practice? So one way to do it is using a probabilistic model with latent variables. And we start by treating, first of all, let me say that now that we have multi-layer networks, the adjacency metric is not enough. We need to define a tensor, a three-way tensor. So this quantity here, Aij alpha, where the third index here denotes the layer, so alpha here. So because we are using probabilistic inference, we start by treating these entries as random variables. So we assign a distribution to them. And just because typically these entries are positive and discrete, we assume that this is Poisson distributed. So the whole point of the model is to define how the parameter of the Poisson distribution is defined. So this Mij alpha. So the main assumption, and I want to just pause here for a second, is that we want to parameterize the mean of this distribution, the parameter of the Poisson, using a tensor product, where the tensor product is made of these three latent variables. Sorry, I don't know why I keep pushing the laser, but it goes up. The tensor product is made of these three latent variables, u, v, and w, where u and v are our interpretable latent variable, the communities, and they tell the extent to which each node I or j belong to a group K. So you can think of as nodes, people divided in groups. And then we have two different u and v just because we have a directed network, so we need two different ones for this practical reason. And then finally, we have this W matrix here, W alpha matrix, that capture the density of connection between nodes that are in group K and in group L. So the main point that I want to make here is that this U and V, these latent variables, do not depend on the layer. So they are shared across layers. So we have a shared community structure, while the W matrix has a alpha here dependent, so it depends on the layer. So that means that the structure of each individual layer can change a lot. So once again, the community structure is shared, but we can still have very different topologies across layers by tuning this parameter W. So this was the main model assumption, and it allows you to capture the situation I was giving you before in that simple two-layer network where we can have two different layers while having a shared pattern, in this case, the community. So we can model rich multi-layer networks arbitrarily. And here I just want to briefly mention that now we need to perform inference of the parameters because these are latent, you don't observe them, you only observe the data. And you can set up a straightforward inference approach to update them in a pretty efficient way. So let me just say, because this audience maybe would appreciate the analogy, you can always treat this as a maximization problem. Here I forgot to say we use a maximum likelihood estimation. You can always treat this as a Boltzmann distribution with a particular energy function. And if you do this, you will notice that maximizing the likelihood is equivalent also to, more from a statistical physics perspective, of minimizing a free energy of this particular system. But the bottom line is that you can have your closed form updates for the parameter in an efficient way. So the main idea here is that this formula, I don't want you to focus on the formula, but just on the fact that they depend on the numerator, on the entries of this tensor. And you should keep in mind that typically these systems are very sparse. So there are, the most of the entries are 0, so they will not count in these updates. So in other words, you can perform this optimization in an efficient way. And this is a scalable algorithm up to millions of nodes. So it can handle a large system, which in practical application makes a huge difference. So, okay, so now we do that. We know how to set up the model, how it works, and how to perform inference. So what do we get? So this is the main results you can get. And that's where I insisted a lot that we need parameters that are interpretable. And that's what you get if you interpret now the communities. So these k-dimensional vectors, we plot here on the top the real network, and the colors are the cast. So these are covariates. It's not something that we use as an input in the data, but we have that information a posteriori to give an interpretation to the community. And then on the bottom, we have the 4 groups that the model is able to infer, color-coded by the intensity of the entry of your latent variables, telling how much you belong to each group. So you can notice that there is some kind of correlation with the cast information. And then our colleagues was also saying with gender and geography. So there is some meaning behind this community structure. Okay, but now our colleague was not completely satisfied, or actually she was satisfied, but she was also more eager to learn something more. So she said, I also have other types of questions, like the following one. So typically I know what people worship together, who they worship together. So I know this information, but people are much more reluctant to talk about their financial situation. So can I learn something about how they exchange money together if I tell you something about how they worship together? So that was actually an interesting question. And we thought about how to formalize it mathematically using what we just learned about exploiting the common community structure that we were saying. So we defined this layer interdependence problem where you try to learn one layer by knowing another layer more in detail. So the idea is to answer to questions like the one I wrote before. So you can perform this as a link prediction task where you set up a so-called cross-validation routine where you have your data sets divided in layers, but certain layers you only observe a little. So for instance, the financial layers, you hide part of it as if you to capture the idea that typically you don't know all of this information. But then you give in input one extra layer or 2 extra layers or all of the other extra layers, and you try to see whether you are able to boost prediction of the missing connection in the financial layer. And the idea is that if there is a common community structure across the layers, in particular between the one that you were hiding, like the financial layer and the others, you should be able to boost prediction indeed. And in fact, this is what we saw for this particular network. And this is a crowded picture, but I wanted to focus on the rectangle here, on the dashed rectangle, where we have here the talk layer, which is the one we hide. We have partial information of what who people talk to. And then on the y-axis, we have a measure for link prediction. So the higher, the better we are in reconstructing the missing talk connection. And then the points here of different colors are how many layers we give in input in order to integrate information and recover who do you talk to. So if you see here, the red dot here represent the best performance that we can get, and we can get it if we give in input all the 11 layers. So all the information about all the other type of relationship that these people have. Whereas if you only give the talk layer partially, you do basically like random chance. You cannot predict much about that. So there is a big boost in prediction, and that signals that there is indeed actually a common community structure, these latent variables, that explain the dependencies between the different types of interaction that connect people. But that's actually not the case in general, because we now took another system, a completely different system. This is a network of malaria parasite, where nodes are subsequences in different genes, recombinant genes, and the layers are different position in the gene sequence. So the idea is that if you give me only the information about one position in the subsequence, can I help reconstructing the sequence in a different position in space? And actually here the answer is no, you hurt reconstruction. So you actually do worse if you give me information about different parts of the sequence. So here the best performance is obtained if you only use that subsequence, so that layer, and it decreases if you give me an input others. So now the bottom line of this is it's a negative result, but it's not, I wouldn't say a negative result in terms of the model, but actually it's a negative result in terms of the information you have. So this is a takeaway lesson that not all the multi-layer networks should be treated as a multi-layer network. In this case, it's much better to treat them as the individual 9, in this case, single layer network, because their structure, their common community structure is completely independent. And then, of course, you can go beyond that. We saw one type of extra information, which is having layers of different time, but we can also ask, okay, but I also had collected all this data about the caste, about the wealth of an individual, the age, the gender. Can we also use that? Remember that before the groups we got, we didn't use any information. So the colors here are used a posteriori using the caste. So of course, then it's a matter of how do you formalize this mathematically using this extra information. And this can be contained in a matrix, a so-called design matrix, this X here, which tells me the value of an attribute Z of node I. So if you do that, well, it turns out that you can actually use the same type of idea. So having some common community structure that couples together two systems. One is the network structure and the other is the design matrix, to find again dependencies between these two data sets. And if you do this, then you can obtain that the common community structure can be better inferred if you have some correlated information between network and attributes on nodes. So here are results on synthetic networks, where on the left side here, you have the ground truth partition is just two simple groups. And then we increase the probability that the colors here, the groups, are correlated with even just one attribute on the nodes, and the possibility of recovering the ground truth partition. So if you see here, you get better and better reconstruction performance as you use effectively the information on the nodes. And then qualitatively, of course, you can ask, yeah, but how does the community structure change if I am also influenced by some attributes? In this case, caste. So we use caste information to drive the discovery of communities. And here is the main results qualitatively. So you can see that there are some communities that are still the same as before, nothing changes. But these two communities highlighted here, they change. They are two smaller communities that are split in one case and are together in another case. And then once we added this, we handed this over to our colleague anthropologist, she was able to give an explanation that these are actually two groups belonging to two minor castes that had a fight one day, and now they don't talk to each other much often anymore. So there is, if you use this caste information, you're actually able to separate these two smaller groups and distinguish them. So this is an example of what qualitatively, what type of results qualitatively, if you also integrate this information. And then, of course, you can ask a similar question we had before, which is a question that she was asking, of course. So now let me tell you that it's very costly for me to collect data. She actually spent two years of her PhD in doing her field study, because if you have to collect 12 questions for several hundred, if not thousands of individuals, it gets long. So can I avoid asking that many questions now and instead collecting some more node information? So in other words, if I tell you a bit more about caste, gender of individuals, can this help me predict also the probability that they interact? So maybe next time, instead of asking 12 questions, I can ask 5 and save time and ask many more people instead. Well, it turns out that with this type of probability distribution, you can assign probability distribution to a network if you observe also the design matrix, so the attributes. So we ran this experiment on hair data sets, and here on the gray axis here, you have the 4 different villages, and on the red axis, what type of extra information we were using in input. And the numbers represent, again, some prediction performance in predicting the missing connection, and the higher, the better. So here, 0.8 is pretty high. So the baseline here is the light blue one, where we do not use any extra information except just the interaction we observe. And we only observe partially, so 80% of them. And you see that if we give an input cast information, we boost a lot performance in predicting the missing connection. So the answer to our original question is yes. If you're able to give me, for instance, the cast information, you can probably ask a fewer questions, and I will be able to predict better if they interact or not. But that's not true in general, actually. For instance, here, these 3 other types of information can decrease prediction performance because maybe the partition, the community structure is not very correlated with age, gender, or religion. So people behave differently than what is explained by age, for instance. So if you give me this in input, I will do actually worse than if you give me nothing. So again, that's a negative result, not in terms of the model, but in terms of the data. So it also probably teaches us that it's not always the case that the more, the better. We also need to select what information to store, and this can greatly improve. But we also need to understand what information we should remove, because it can actually decrease performance. And then you can generalize this to even more types of information. For instance, here we were also trying with different types of attributes, not categorical like age or gender, that you have 4 or 5 different types in total. And you can also have some continuous numbers like Gaussian distributed values, and also on edges, because edges also, it's a different type of, you can also have information, for instance, where they live. So you can calculate the physical distance in kilometers where they live, or capacity if you want. And here is a diagram where on the X and the Y axis, we have increasing difficulty. One is noise in terms of how the community structure is assortative versus disassortative. So the higher the noise, the more difficult inference is, the construction of pattern is. And on the x-axis, we have the degree, so the number of connection, the average number of connection. So the fewer, the harder prediction, inference. And going from left to right, we have an increasing amount of good information, so information that helps increasing. And here the colors are the brighter, the better. So you can see that there is a clear pattern going from left to right of how much we can improve inference passing in different hardness regime based on how much of the good information we have. And we don't have such a picture also on the other way around, but I'm sure we can get it, how much you can decrease recovery if you give me the wrong type of information. Okay, so far we saw very nice properties, several types of questions that we can ask. But let me conclude this talk with you today saying, okay, but what can possibly go wrong? Well, I found out a very simple problem where everything can fail terribly, actually. And that was, again, coming from my colleague, social scientists, but because one of the properties of this type of model, they are called generative models for a reason, is that you can generate new data once you learn the parameters. So in particular, you get the community structure, and now you sample networks that hopefully have a similar topological structure than the only one you could observe. So in her case, she said it's very powerful because typically I get one instance of a network, but I may want to generate many more to get some statistical properties on them. So if I'm able to use this generative model to do that, now I'm gonna calculate some nice quantity on this network, and hopefully they will be similar to the one I expect to see. So that's the case for a very simple quantity that is property that is called reciprocity. which is simply stated as dependency of two nodes to form mutual connection. So connection in both of the direction. So for instance, here on top, you see that you observe an edge in one direction, and then you may wonder, can this help me predict the probability that also I observe that in the opposite direction? And we can have the two different types of situation. Either we have that edge reciprocated or not. So very simple. So reciprocity is the number of reciprocated edges in a network. So if you now try to do this, try to generate sample from these nice generative models with community structure, and then you measure the amount of reciprocity here on the y-axis, you get these results on inside this green shape. Forget about the labelings here, just keep in mind that these are networks generated with variants of these latent variable models. And the reciprocity obtained is terribly low, compared in particular to the one on the real data that you fitted the parameter on, which is on the with red markers. So there is something fundamentally going wrong here, because you're able to do to classify all these very nice prediction tasks, recover all the missing information well, but then when it's time to find to generate a network that has the value of reciprocity that you expect, you cannot do this reasonably. So we were wondering why, and looking at the math behind that, we're thinking that maybe there is a problem in a main fundamental assumption that people with these models make, which is that of conditional independence between edges. So you assume that you want to model this joint probability distribution of your whole network, so represented here by A, the adjacency matrix. And then you assume that given some latent variable theta, I am able to factorize them in fully factorized way, edge by edge, given these latent variables. And I just want to put here as a reference, the classic stochastical model is one of these, where you have fully factorized distribution on edges. And there are, I have to say, also theoretical grounding why this is the case. There are these nice theorems that say, yes, if you do this, if you make this assumption and you effectively infer some latent variables, you can actually capture very well this joint distribution. So you don't really need a more complex model, you just have a fully factorized one. However, if you want to model reciprocity, this assumption is broken. You cannot, if not, it may not be valid anymore, because it's not enough to model this fully factorized distribution. You may need to have a much less factorized distribution, a little less factorized distribution, which is one where you still have factorization between edges involving different pairs of nodes, but you keep this joint distribution between pairs. And that's if you want to see both of the edges at the same time. And then if you model now your latent variable model with this type of factorization slightly modified, then you replicate the task we had before. We generate data, synthetic data with community structure, and then you model, you calculate the reciprocity. You are able to boost the reciprocity values going very close to what was the real data. So that made me wonder that all these nice models actually are very good, but they still contain a lot of limits, and that's a nice ground for me to say that probably we need to go beyond them. And in particular, we fixed the problem for reciprocity, but then if you count for a higher order, like triples, triangles, transitivity properties, we are still doing bad. So we are still getting very low numbers. And there is also a recent nice theoretical paper showing why in these models with latent variables, you will probably never gonna be able to find higher order properties motifs while keeping the sparsity low. So my idea now is that we need somehow to introduce some sort of linearities. So we have to think about this. And perhaps we can use also the tools we saw in the previous talk, also high orders, to tackle these type of problems. So with that, with these open questions and future challenge, I want to finish here my talk and thank first of all the collaborators during this for these works that I presented to you. Ellie here is the person who collected all these nice data sets and will be also in the future. So a particular thank to her, but also Dan and Chris. And then let me finish thanking also all the group that have been able to start recently Max Planck, because they are all very nice young students, motivated, and it's really a pleasure to go to work with them every day. So thanks again.
Katarina, for a very nice talk. One question? It's getting late. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very late in the afternoon, so I will not ask a technical question. I would instead ask a moral and an ethical question. This kind of data that you discuss must be available to governments and to commercial organizations of all kinds. Can you say something about the moral implications of the research that you do?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm glad you asked, because usually these questions are not asked. We talked about models, but then there are probably more important things. So I have to say I'm very concerned about this. In this particular case, we always have to sign. Sorry, there is some. We always have to sign some paperwork, so these are not given away like that. So she's giving only to 3 or 4 people that are able to model them. I don't think that she's giving it to the government, but her funding is also funded by the US government. So probably they have the right to do that. But beyond that, that's a constant conversation I have with them about anonymizing at least the data. But it's an open question, because you can anonymize, and actually the data is anonymized. There is no personal information. She doesn't give me the coordinate GPS or anything. But learning how much we can learn, cross-matching all this information, it's really easy, I think, to de-anonymize these data sets. So the problem, the fundamental problem here is that the method to improve prediction and so on grows so quickly and so fastly that the method for having something that keeps the information anonymous and preserve the privacy of the people are not catching up with that. So I don't know if we should stop and go slowing down modeling to allow people to also first think about the ethical implication, or we should boost the people that work on ethical implication, but mathematically, because here we really need a mathematical, to solve a mathematical problem, how to learn some latent parameters while not being able to reconstruct the gender of a person, for instance. So I think that's a huge problem, but we may be able to solve only if we put focus on that. So before asking me, can you predict the gender of this person? Why don't you ask me, can you find a way for me not to be able to predict the gender of a person if I tell you who they work with, for instance? So I think we need to start asking a different types of questions and stimulate models that can answer these type of questions. So I'm really glad you asked that because I'm also aware that is a tricky and a sensitive issue. But
I think it was a very good question to end on.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Katarina, and let's thank all the prize winners. I'm told that all the invited speakers should come here, so we plan the dinner, right? Just come up here, and so we know how many and transport and things.